Hello, good morning and welcome to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, and it's day 3 of our second Women's Week, and there are 2 players fighting it out to get straight through to finals night by winning Group A. That'll be decided today, but before we get into it, here's a quick reminder of what happened here on Tuesday.
Be able to take the 1-2-2, but it's on. Bullseye.
Wow.
There's the 3, so it would take you more matches to be able to turn around that leg difference.
Might be turning it around slightly here. Wow.
But no damage here for Viinikainen. Last visit 44, 45, 41. And it was comfortably in her hands, and now it's starting to get a little bit tight.
And what a rescue that is. After that wayward first start, Viinikainen saves the shot, wins the match, and she wins it well, 3-0.
Big single, and Lisa Ashton well within range now to get the job done.
And the match, Lisa Ashton.
And the job is done. Lisa Ashton with a 3-0 win. Yeah, brilliant bullseye for Lisa Ashton to cap off a brilliant day yesterday. Matthew Edgar was here alongside me, is again today. Look, Gemma Hayter, she was sort of looking over a shoulder and then feeling a shoulder, and Lisa Ashton picked her at the post, goes in top of the table today.
Yeah, there were some concerning signs there, wasn't there, for Gemma Hayter, and I think a lot is going to ride on how today starts, and we thought that would be the case yesterday. That early game, Lisa Ashton, Gemma Hayter, we thought was going to be the one that sort of dictated the way that the day was going to go, but actually Gemma Hayter picked up that victory, and then it all sort of went wrong. We had a big gap in regards to the table, 4 points and 10 legs at one point, and it had to be, in this sort of short format, games to nil, and that's what happened. Lisa Ashton picking her 2 games up by 3 legs to nil, while Gemma Hayter lost both her games 3 legs to nil, and we had the ultimate turnaround.
Yeah, and that means that Lisa Ashton has ended up going top of the table, only by 1 leg. Trina Gulliver had a good day as well. She's leading that little bunch, battling it out to be in Group B, the top, well, the 2nd and 3rd place do that. But Lisa just kept plodding along. She spoke to us yesterday. She said she didn't even have a clue that she could catch Gemma Hayter, let alone be ahead of her, but she just showed how good a player she is.
She did. She's shown a lot of class and a lot of quality throughout the day, and when we look ahead and we look forward to today and we look at the ambitions of the players, we know both Lisa and Gemma Hayter have really eyed up winning this group, and they see the importance of getting through at the earliest possibility and winning today. I think we're going to see Lisa Ashton step it up again. She's statistically been the best player this week. She's been the best player in all the key moments as well, and that's why she's a 4-time world champion, a 17-time winner on the PDC Women's Series, amongst all the other titles she's won around the world. And I think we're going to see the best from Lisa Ashton today. I won't be surprised. In fact, I'm going to call it. I think Lisa Ashton goes through the card.
Big call, big call. In fact, the game that was probably the turning point didn't involve her yesterday, did it? It was Trina Gulliver's 3-0 win against Gemma Hayter. For Trina herself, that is the difference in her being in 3rd place, but also for Gemma, that was when we first started seeing her feeling that shoulder, that she was going through the pain and didn't really recover from it.
A turning point's a great way to describe exactly what we saw there, because it was where the demeanour changed for Gemma Hayter, where we stopped looking at her as going, this is the winner of this group, to going, she's now got questions to answer. And overnight, we know that she's been having some physio treatment on a repetitive strain injury. She is strapped up and banded up going into today. And there's some concerning signs here, because actually that opening game, she's got Lisa Ashton, and if she doesn't win that, the longer the day goes, we could see this starting to play its hand. She needs to get points on the board early. So for her, it's very important that she starts strong and gets that win. Where I think Lisa may get a bit of a cushion there. And Lisa's also got the darts in that game. So there's a lot of question marks here for Gemma Hayter. And with that, you'd make Lisa favourite for the day.
Yeah, that's a huge game. That race for top spot is going to be potentially decided by that. But there's another race as well, as we mentioned. Trina Gulliver in 3rd. Kirsi Viinikainen just behind her. Do you think she's capable of getting ahead of Trina and taking that Group B spot?
I think the best way to describe Viinikainen is exactly how we have, and in the sense and in the most respectful sense, she's a bit of a pest. Like you're never going to get rid of her, you're never going to beat her convincingly, she's always going to be knocking on the door. She's not someone you'd ever really make a favourite, but she's always someone you're going to see sort of in that middle part of the pack. Even against the top players, she's going to be rivaling. She's going to get opportunities. It's just if she takes them or if she doesn't on those. She's always going to be in the running, certainly when you're looking at a Group B position, when you're looking for that third spot. In
terms of winning the group, the bookies cannot split the top two. Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter, both 10 to 11. Outside chances for Trina and Kirsi Viinikainen. But do you think it's all going to come down to that second match today, the first one between Ashton and Hayter?
Well, my call today and my prediction is I think Lisa Ashton's going to run the card. So if that's the case, 10 to 11 on Lisa Ashton, just to shy under even money, is great value on Lisa to win this group. Because not only that, I think as the day goes on, it's not just the games that Gem's got to play. You could look at it and go, she's got 5 short format games to play, but that's spread out over 4 to 5 hours. That's also with practice, because she'd had to have been in here about an hour and a half early to practice to get herself ready. She'll be practicing in between games. It's going to play a part in it, and she may get caught out by the chasing pack a bit later on in the day.
Maybe a bit of value in that 10 to 11. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org. It is, of course, 18 plus. Right, 15 fixtures coming your way today. That key match between Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter is game 2. Before that, Trina Gulliver's going to take on Vicky Pruim. And whoever wins this group will be through to finals night on Saturday, where you could be here if you book your tickets via dartshop.tv.
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that. A Bosch. Time makes it through. Game, shot, and the match. Yeah.
Yep, battling it out for a place at finals night, the players, but you can just part with a fiver and be here yourself if you're in and around the Portsmouth area or want to make a pilgrimage to watch live action at the Live Lounge, and just head to dartshop.tv and book your ticket. If you want a comfortable seat at home, 7:30 UK time, finals night gets underway. Will Trina Gulliver be there for the first time? 7 previous appearances at the Live Lounge, yet to play on a Saturday. She takes on Vicky Pruim, 50 years of age, living in Chester, born in Belgium, plays under the Swedish flag these days, and currently sits 5th in the table. Really needs to win this match to keep her Group B hopes alive, because Trina would pull away by another 2 points, making her advantage over Vicky 6 with a win here. Jack Garwood gets the game underway.
Trina to throw first. Game on.
And myself and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Trina starts today. It was a much improved day yesterday in regards to the performance for Trina Gulliver. And
81.
also in the results, picking up 3 wins yesterday, getting herself into that 3rd position. And she knows this system, as you say, been here 7 times before, knows how the Super Series works, knows the advantages. She's even sat up here in the commentary box with a microphone talking about the Super Series. So she knows full well the advantage that being in Group B has, and certainly this week we keep making reference to it, but rightly so, because Group C, we have got some very strong players coming in here this week, some very exciting young players, the biggest in ladies darts right now.
85.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good week this. 6 more players coming in from tomorrow. In that Group C, Katie Sheldon, who has been here before, and then a couple of debutants at the Live Lounge, and 16-year-old Paige Paulin, who beat Sophie McKinley in the World Girls Final. And Sophie is also going to be playing.
40.
In fact, they'll play each other in their first match. Sophie not only reaching that Girls Final, but reaching the Women's Final as well at the Lakeside.
Sounds like a story we've heard before here at the Super Series. An exciting 16-year-old coming to play darts, and worked out quite well.
Yeah. Hopefully another early chapter in a quite remarkable novel. And then that night, Thursday night,
82.
a bit more experience on the stage. Laura Turner, again, like Trina, sat in this commentary box many times. She's going to be playing for the second time, along with Lorraine Winstanley, and a debut for
30.
Robin Byrne, who was unable to
Trina
make the
require
first Women's Week, gets her chance
132.
this time around. Trina gets the first chance here, 132 on offer, still on offer, if she finds a treble 19, which she can't. So Pruim will have a look at a checkout of 1 point more.
51. Vicky require 133.
No finish now for Vicky.
59.
Trying to bring it down,
Trina
trying to make it a little bit more
require 81.
reasonable. That one certainly more the case. 2 singles for a double. 2 singles for Trina would leave the ball. Not now.
$25. Vicky requires 74.
And that has been something that's plagued the players a little bit this
34.
week. Those
Trina
missed
requires
singles
56.
eliminating an opportunity to win the leg.
Well,
36.
it's 2 missed doubles this time for
Vicky
Trina that
require
stops her
40.
holding throw in leg 1. Pruim looking at tops
Game shot on the first leg. Vicky
and
Pruim.
takes it to break.
That was the real key strength on day 1
Second
for
leg.
Vicky.
It's Vicky to throw first.
38% on the doubles,
Game
10
on.
from 26. She did lose that yesterday, hitting 8 from 34 attempts, and that's probably why we saw such a slide yesterday in
140.
Vicky in regards to the daily average. 77 on day 1 across the 5 matches, but yesterday just 65, losing 12 points, and
100.
a lot of that will come down to the doubles percentage and those sort of darts registering 0, instantly putting that right today.
43.
I think one thing that's quite interesting,
45.
and I'm going to have to make note of this because I can't remember. See, Trina Gulliver is playing here with a set of glasses on the front of her shirt. I can't remember her playing a game with them on.
85.
Yeah, they've been on the front of the shirt the whole week. Maybe she doesn't know where she's put them.
96.
Has won both games that they've played against each other, but that could change here. Pruim
125.
pinching that first leg against the throw and making good progress on her own throw.
Well, if you're correct, when she's watching this back later on, she'll be quite delighted.
100. Vicky require 108.
Couldn't make the necessary adjustment. Gulliver took out this
72.
checkout
Trini require
in
106.
Sunderland at the seniors, the back end of last year. Brilliant moment for the Golden Girl, but he's not going to repeat the feat here.
54. Vicky require 36. Game shot on the second leg.
Again,
Vicky
beautiful
Pruim.
finish in there from Vicky Pruim. 2 from 2 on the outer ring. She can keep that
Third
going
leg,
throughout
it's
the day.
Trina
She's
to
going to
throw
play herself
first.
into contention as
Game
well
on.
for that Group B position. I think when the players are analysing
30.
where the back end of the week could be, I think it's more than just, like we're saying, the mathematical. I think they're looking at it because they will be aware of the quality of the players that are coming in as well, and you're not going to want to be mixing it up
23.
looking to be in the top 2 of that 6. It's one of the things with darts in these days, isn't it? There is no
6.
secrets. No one comes through without being discovered. We've got opportunities now with events such as the Super Series, the ADC, where you can watch all the games, the
55.
PDC in regards to Challenge Tour, Development Tours, all available on streaming and tablets, and you can see literally everything, every single dart throw.
85.
But even if you can't physically watch it, all the data is recorded, isn't it? So gone are the days of dart players telling you they averaged 120 and
140.
got beat 6-0 somehow.
Genuinely, when the Darts Connect system first came in, people would still do it. And they'd go, oh, I must have averaged 100 there. You look at it, it was 85.
100.
It's literally there, look. No, it must be wrong, that.
I'm sure you were popular in those arenas.
140.
This is a proper performance from Pruim. Good start to the day. Looking to exact revenge for those 2 previous defeats to Gulliver and really open up that race for 3rd place.
66.
She'd be within 2 points of the
Vicky
player she's
require
facing here.
143.
Viinikainen plays Clark in game 3 and could go level on 10 with Trina.
93.
Nice pick off
Trina
there as well to
require
leave it very
106.
handy. This may need to go for Trina the way that Vicky is finishing. Yet to miss a dart at a double. And provided we get no more wayward singles here, Vicky is going to get too much darts.
50.
Well, I think she chose double top, but she ended up on double 10.
30.
Might have just
Trina, you require
knocked her focus
6.
a little bit, and Gulliver gets a chance to stay in the game.
Double of the same corridor. Oh, and that means no finish opportunity with the last dart for Trina, and Vicky Pruim will get
40.
3 match darts
Vicky
now
require
for a 3-0
20.
success.
She does the same thing, but can rescue it by missing the segment entirely.
16.
Can't cross
Trina, you
the line.
require 20.
It's that emotional attachment that changes, doesn't it? You're not just throwing at a target or throwing at a double now.
Gets
You're
on
throwing
the
at
third
one to
leg.
win the
Trina
match against a
Gulliver.
10-time world champion who does extend the game. And Vicky goes all the way back
4th flag.
to
It's Vicky to
501.
throw first.
Well, it's 4
Game
match
up.
darts missed. Should have been 5, really, after missing that first start
60.
and having to waste one to get to a double.
You mentioned at the start, didn't you, about Vicky being from
59.
Belgium but playing under a Swedish flag. We see that as well in the male game at the moment. Jeffrey de Graaf from Holland playing under the Swedish flag. Something we
64.
don't see too often, really, in darts, isn't it? People representing different nations. We saw Paul Nicholson, our fellow commentator, represent Australia.
Yeah, got to the World Cup final, didn't he, with
95.
Team Australia. His partner Simon Whitlock then would go on to win it, of course, with Damon Hayter a decade later.
85.
Remember when the World Cup first came out, everyone was looking through their family trees trying to find, do I have someone from Denmark in my family tree?
95.
We do have a similar type of tournament happening here
70.
at the Modus Super Series later in the year. We're going to have international pairs events. All will be revealed about the countries involved and the partnerships that have been
45.
selected for those in due course. But yeah, plenty of new stuff coming up this year. This one of 3 women's weeks. There's also a Rising Stars week for 16 to 21-year-old talents.
41.
And next week, of course, Trina Gulliver will return as part of the Legends League.
$55.
Lots of exciting new concepts alongside the regular series as well, where big prize money and big opportunities will be on the line
99.
for the best
Trina, you
players
require
in World Darts. I
152.
do not have a tour card in 2025. So expect to see lots of new faces.
85.
There's a chance here, though, for Vicky to get the job done.
82.
It's in the 8 leave 74. Needs a treble now or a double shot. Just working out the mathematics. Trina.
No score.
Oh, she's busted. She's hit the treble.
Trina, you require 67.
Now a big opportunity for Trina Gulliver to break the throw and become favourite to win the match.
Game
Nicely
shot on the
done as
4th
well.
leg.
Match for Trina Gulliver, taking nothing away from Vicky Pruim, but it was not of the standard that Trina's been producing even this week.
45. $95. 76.
Just trying to keep pace here, Vicky, with the golden girl, Trina Gulliver. But the advantage is on the scoreboard. The advantage is in her hand. Just needs to stay straight here, and she's lost one to the floor. Great recovery there, though, for Trina to get down to a finish. Only a maximum would leave one for Vicky, guaranteeing Trina Gulliver at least 6 starts here at the 161.
Trina, you require 161.
Oh, thought she might not need them for a moment. Close. It's 84. She'll go back to the treble 20.
97.
Brings it down handy. Oh, well, Vicky needed to hit big, and she's hit the biggest one of them all. First maximum of the day goes the way of Vicky, gets herself
64.
back into the leg, but she can't stop Trina having this opportunity.
Well, she hasn't taken it.
The 8 or the 16 there, 2 neighbouring segments would have left her a finish, but she's dropped the dart low. And that 180 now for Vicky.
32. Vicky,
Gives her this opportunity, gives her a chance to get over the line.
And
Shot
she
on the mark.
does.
Vicky Pruim.
Well, it all got a little bit sticky for Vicky in the middle. But Pruim pips Trina at the post. After that mistake on the big number on the 64, out having taken out a brilliant 67 to level, it's a lovely ladder climb of the 80 for Vicky Pruim to get a first win against Trina Gulliver of this Women's Week, and in doing so, pile the pressure on the Golden Girl in the race for 3rd place and a spot in Group B. Kirsi Viinikainen also on 8 points now with Vicky. They're all just 1 win behind Trina, but we are going to now focus on the battle at the top of the table, where it is deadlock between Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. A huge game between the top 2 coming up next. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2 turns the game in his favour. Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9-dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special. this is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
So it'd take you more matches to be able to turn around that leg difference.
She might be turning it around slightly here.
Wow. Third leg, Lisa Ashton.
Brilliant finish from Lisa Ashton, 2 top.
This is a big single, and Lisa Ashton well within range now to get the job done.
Game shot and the match, Lisa Ashton.
And the job is done. She had 73 left. I think she thought she had 63 left. Doesn't matter in the end because Hayter's taken it out. An inadvertent tops and a very intentional double 10 for 2-0. Double efficiency for the other players in the last couple of games. Certainly is continuing as Hayter cleans it up with no trouble at all. Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton are about to go head-to-head. The two of them tied at the top of the table on 16 points apiece. And whoever wins this match will have the big advantage. Well, here we go then. Matthew Egger alongside me said that perhaps the winner of this game will be the winner of the group. Lisa Ashton is top of the table right now. She's there by 1 leg. Plus 12 to Gemma's plus 11, both on 16 points. But despite the fact that Hayter's beaten Ashton twice, she started to struggle with a reoccurring shoulder injury yesterday. And that really harmed her chances. Ashton took full advantage. So I'm going to just reframe the question a little bit, Matt, now and say, if Lisa wins this match.
First leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
You've already said you think she'll go on to win all the games, so therefore would go on and win the group. If Gemma wins the match, you still think that Lisa can win the group because of the problems that Gemma's had with that shoulder?
60.
Gemma needs this win more than Lisa does. I think Lisa could recover the situation because there's question marks over Gemma Hayter. The issue with the shoulder
45.
caused a bit of lift in the throw yesterday, and when she's got lift in the throw, she's going to start going left. We're going to see a lot of 5s. And there was evidence of that as well there, just in the very first 3 darts that Gemma Hayter thrown. But she has had a bit of physio, and in a
60.
way, this is kind of the perfect game for her. Try and get Lisa out the way, try and get the points on the board, and then go against the rest of the field, which we've got to call it how it is. The field is a little bit weaker than the standard that Lisa Ashton's capable of throwing. So
60.
Get Lisa out the way, try get that win on the board, and then you don't need your best for the rest of the day and the rest of the campaign. As we saw on day 1 when Gemma Hayter, by her own admission, didn't play her best, but went through the card winning 5 from 5.
31.
The one thing that could come into play here is just a little bit of lack of confidence. Maybe not believing, not
45.
trusting the action, which is a horrible place to be in. And there would be evidence for that. She had 2 averages yesterday that was extremely low for her normal levels. She lost 2 games by scores of 3-0. So she needs positivity like that 174 very, very early.
45. Gemma, you require 131.
Gives her a chance here to break the throw. Sure, she'll be seeing it a similar way to how Matthew just described, that this is a key match
91.
for her. Needs to keep that winning momentum against Lisa Ashton. Because every possibility that she'll go on and win all her other games,
94.
Lisa, as she has,
Gemma, you
every day
require
she's only
40.
lost to Gemma Hayter. The first leg is won by Hayter against the throw. That could be absolutely crucial.
Second leg
Well,
is
20
Gemma
darter there.
first.
She'll be happy with that.
Game on.
If she can maintain that sort of level, that's a 75 average, which, you know, when we look at sort of the field and the level of this group, it's going to put her in good contention, because when we look at sort of the collective daily averages, Monday was 74.76. Yesterday dropped down to 70.89, so 20 darter is just above the level of play right now.
60.
But this is what we've been talking about all along with Lisa Ashton, the reaction. The way she plays when someone lays it down to her, she steps up her levels.
45. 60. 95. 81.
The last start would have been a real disappointment because the first one was perfect for Lisa Ashton.
100. Lisa, you require 140. 100.
Gemma Hayter won the first battle,
Gemma,
won the first leg. We've got another
76.
key moment coming up here. Ashton waiting on 40. Hayter will get one dart at tops. And that is all she needs. Well, this is a fantastic start. What Gemma Hayter would have dreamt of when she closed her eyes last night.
Lisa to throw first.
And what she knew
Game on.
she needed when she came to work this morning.
100. 60.
We've got to think as well about what the double whammy effect here is, because legs difference could play a part today. And every leg that Gemma is winning, Lisa is losing one. So sort of every leg's counting double in regard to the league table.
Yeah, and harder to claw back in this format, as you referenced yesterday, because it's only first to three. This leg does look to be heading in Ashton's direction. She hasn't been given a chance yet. She hasn't had a dart double in the first two legs.
170. 80.
Even a maximum here for Gemma Hayter wouldn't leave a finish, so Lisa Ashton looking pretty comfortable.
140. Lisa, you require 90.
She finished yesterday with a 90, didn't she? Didn't need to go the same route. Maybe she wished she had, because she's made no progress here until that
50.
final dart. Superb.
Really did rescue the situation there, Lisa Ashton. Because Gemma Hayter's coming here to pile some pressure on and leave herself within striking
99.
distance of the match.
Lisa, you require 40.
First starts at a double in this game for Lisa
20.
Ashton. That one's hit the flight on the way in.
Gemma, you require
Gemma
100.
Hayter's got a chance to start the day with perfection.
Well, she's been good on tops. Why not go for two of them? That's what she tried.
40. Lisa, you require 20. 15.
Ashton
Gemma,
missing
you
doubles,
require
having not had
6.
much opportunity at them in the first two legs. She misses half a dozen. Gemma Hayter has put in a great showing on the outer ring.
20.
Can't find tops for a
Lisa,
third
you
time.
require 5. No score.
Well, you're going to get a dart the double
Gemma,
this
you
time, Lisa
require
Ashton, making a
40.
mess of things.
Just blowing into the hands.
Game shot and the match.
Maybe caught
Gemma
a bit
Hayter.
cold in the opening match. Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter gets the win that really does make this group very, very interesting. It's going to set up a real grandstand finish because every single day this week Gemma Hayter has beaten Lisa Ashton, but Lisa Ashton has beaten everybody else. So if she does that again, Hayter is going to have to carry on winning. What a start though for Gemma Hayter. Ashton failing to convert any of those 6 darts that double in that third leg, meaning Hayter gets the perfect start, the 3-0 win that increases her lead, well, gets her a lead at the top of the table of 2 points, but maybe crucially come the end of the day, 5 legs as well. The top 2 will now play all the other players in the group, but next up it's Kirsi Viinikainen against Steph Clark. Well, Group A will end today at the second Women's Week to be held here at the Modus Super Series. But coming up later in the week, in fact, tomorrow, Laura Turner, Lorraine Winstanley and Robin Byrne all in action in Group B tomorrow night. And Sophie McKinley, finalists at the Lakeside in both the girls' and women's events. Paige Paulding, who beat her in that girls' final, 16 years of age. And Katie Sheldon in a very youthful and exciting-looking Group C. Matthew Edgar is alongside me. Matthew, that Group C, you've been speaking about it all week. It's going to serve for motivation for those players who can avoid it to do so between now and the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Sophie McKinley, World Championship runner-up on the WDF side. Paige Pauling, the girls' world champion, and one of the most exciting talents. And for me, the most exciting talent I've seen in ladies' darts for quite some time. Big fan of Paige Pauling. I'm sure she's going to come here and put on an excellent show. And they're just two of the young players out there at the moment in the world of ladies' darts that are starting to break through.
And either of these players, or even both of these players, could end up playing them in that group. The 52-year-old Kirsi Viinikainen of Finland reached the final of the first, or finals of the first Women's Week. Takes on Steph Clark on debut. Had a disappointing day on Monday, but warmed to the task yesterday, picking up her first 2 wins, but has lost both meetings against Viinikainen and does look destined to be in that Group C. A win here, then she keeps her hopes alive. A victory, though, for Kirsi, and she will be on 10 points in 3rd place alongside Trina Gulliver.
It was a much improved day, though, yesterday for Steph Clark, wasn't it? Picking up the 2 wins, much better in terms of the performance as well.
Game on.
Added 5 points onto the average, and there's a few more still in there, and maybe we're going to see a little bit more consistency today, because when I was watching Steph Clark earlier on in the Bullseye Challenge, which is making its return this week with the ladies in action, that green flight, she'd squared it. It wasn't flat like yesterday.
Oh, what a start this is.
177.
Invoices in the post.
Absolutely stunning from Steph Clark. Well, she bids to
97.
get a first win against Kirsi Viinikainen. Perfect start, 177. I do notice something interesting in her throw. Maybe our expert analyst Matthew Egger can talk us through the pros and cons, but when Steph Clark sort of pulls back the dart, the point of the dart is really up in the air, pointing towards the ceiling.
She does, when you watch it from the side angle, sort of flatten it out a little bit more. So I think some of it is potentially camera angle as well. So you see there, just before the release, it actually does angle back down again.
Yeah, there's a little movement in the wrist, isn't there, that sort of does that.
Essentially, she's putting the dart up like so because she doesn't want that sort of wrist movement in there. It's very similar to, if you remember, Barry Bates from Wales a few years ago, UK Open runner-up. It's a very, very similar throw to him, where sort of the point is angled up, but you see there, she just levels it out just before that sort of forward motion. You see the point come back down very slightly.
Require 124.
A 1-2-4 plays 1-4-2 for the opening leg. Remember, a leg which Steph Clark started with a 1-7-7, now finds herself behind.
44. Steph, you require 142. 40. Kirsi, you require 80. 40. Steph, you require 102.
One treble required to get a poke at the outer ring. Finds it. 10 or a 6. Nice big section.
66.
Unable to find the
Kirsi,
double.
require
Viinikainen
40.
a chance to hold on to a throw.
May be able to use that. But doesn't get near it.
No score.
Couldn't get
Steph,
any
you
more near
require
it without
36.
piercing the tops there.
Game shot on the first leg. Steph Clark.
That'll be relief there for Steph Clark as well. She'll be happy to win the leg, but she'll be relieved on the faces that
Second
she actually
leg, it's
kicked
Steph
off with
to
a
throw
maximum
first.
in that
Game on.
opening visit. A 177 opened up a nice sizable gap on the scoring and then sort of stumbled over the
60.
line. Anytime you sort of hit a maximum, you expect to be getting opportunities. An opportunity at the lakeside is what Viinikainen is looking for in 2025. She played there last year and is looking to make a return. Will be out on the WDF circuit, chasing the ranking points, looking to rebook a place. Have another crack at that World Championship. See if she can dethrone Bo Greaves. That's if Bo Greaves is even there, because Bo Greaves is actually going to be at Q School this year. And I'm sure all the ladies that are looking at going to that WDF World Championship are hoping Bo Greaves gets a tour card, because then she'll be ineligible to try and become a 4-time world champion.
And Lisa Ashton, when we spoke to her yesterday, pretty much predicted that she would go and get a tour card. We have seen her with some success in PDC tournaments, development tour success, of course, last year.
Very flicky, that one. Didn't throw the dart. Sort of just where you stop the arm from moving at the point of release.
Well, you mentioned the progress that Steph Clark made day on day, Monday to Tuesday. It could continue the upward curve. She is certainly the better player in this game.
I think the most exciting thing for Steph at the moment is, even though like those darts wasn't going in the target on that occasion, 43, really well grouped and all just on the wire. So positive there that the darts are sort of landing in the same sort of areas. And again, close to the targets.
58. Kirsi require 106.
Concern comes when you've got one dart kicked at one angle and one low in the bed.
$45. Steph, you require 56.
Again, a usable marker, and she does use it expertly. And Clark, having lost both matches against Viinikainen this week, is one leg away from beating her for the first time.
$80. $100.
When you look across at the table and you see Viinikainen currently in 5th position, Steph Clark gets a win here. It will not only just help her leg difference, but it will actually give her a genuine possibility now of actually getting off the bottom end of the table.
Well, look, she beat the other two players that are in that sort of
60
battle to finish 3rd, didn't she, yesterday in Gulliver and Pruim. So if she can do that again, who knows where a little run could lead. If she is going to get to
60
the heights of 3rd place, you would say she has to beat Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter, or at least one of them.
81.
Probably both. Still got to finish this job, though.
$100.
A good leg here from Viinikainen. I think that's one thing we've seen with this week.
Kirsi require 121.
Just because someone's taken a 2-0 lead doesn't mean the game's over. There's a lot of fight in the players this week. The old expression, don't know when they're beat.
$89.
Well, has had 4 darts at double already.
6.
Failed to convert any of them.
Require 32.
Different target here in double 16. That becomes double 8.
16.
Oh, and again, it's so close.
Steph, you
And so
require
cruel
140.
for Kirsi Viinikainen.
She'll get another opportunity, though, to get the first leg on the board for the day. Got to be careful here.
85.
We've already seen today a
Kirsi requires
60
16.
combination bust on the treble 20. Steph Clark was very aware of that, just taking a pause, taking a moment. This could be a big moment.
No score.
It just won't go in. Any
Steph,
wire
you require
around it,
55.
she'll be there, but just not in between the tram lines. One of those games. Well, that's okay, because she still gets a dart or 2 darts at double.
45. Kirsi
It was on a
requires 16.
neighbouring target as well. Looking for 15 for tops, ended up on double 5. Viinikainen busting the last shot, then she goes back to the double 8. Another opportunity at the double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
Ironically, the 2 darts she threw before the one that hit were amongst the worst she'd thrown at double in the game. Many of the
Fourth
others
leg,
right on
it's
the
Steph
wire.
to throw first.
2 nowhere near,
Game
and
on.
then in it goes.
Suppose there's a lesson in itself, isn't it? That every dart's an individual visit in itself.
140.
It's the old red and black scenario, isn't it? Just because you've had 10 on the roulette reel that go in the red doesn't mean the 11th is going to be black. It's an
45.
individual spin.
Excellent response from Clark. Kicking in with a ton 40.
81.
Well, speaking of excellent responses there, maximum visit from Viinikainen. Second maximum visit of the game, but the first 180 that Jack Garwood's been able to bellow out.
Gets her back in the leg, gets her back in the match.
I think this is the first time, though, this week we've seen a little bit of frustration from Viinikainen.
135.
Has shown as much emotion this week as a Terminator. Has actually been reactive, sort of snatching the darts out, sort of that little spin there. So just a few tells here that maybe her mind is all about that chasing of the Group B places and staying out the way of a stacked Group C.
60. Steph, you require 148.
A decent attempt. We'll leave it handy.
100.
48
Kirsi
if she
require
returns.
81.
Viinikainen has an opportunity. Options here. Could be 19s, could be 15s. Went for the 19s, but only finds a 3. So now 78 remaining. Very rarely, when we have these women's weeks, do we see the players adopt double routes and such like. It's very traditional the way they
Steph,
go.
you require 48. $32. Kirsi, you require
More match
40.
starts. Go begging. And now Viinikainen can level, and if she does, she'll have the darts in the decider.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
Very similar to match number 1, isn't it? Vicky
Fifth
wearing
and
2-0
final
up
leg.
against Trina
It's
Gulliver.
Kirsi to throw first. Game
Trina
on.
pulling it back to 2-2, and then Vicky putting in a good leg to get over the line. Will that story be the same, or will the comeback be completed?
100. $24.
Just start to wonder if maybe the confidence is very quickly deflating here for Steph Clark, having had such a strong start to the game.
100.
Now having had the opportunity to win the game as well. And seeing Kirsi go off so strongly, so consistently with 2 tons.
99.
Yeah, second visit after the 24 of Steph Clark was Viinikainen just stay straight and it was enough, and she actually found another treble, and it's the same scenario here. Just stay straight. 60 points would be more than enough just to hold that advantage.
30. Fails to do it, opens the door for Clark, but she has to find trebles herself. She's got one, she's got two, she's got all three. What a moment to strike.
Just thrown with so much rhythm and freedom and confidence there. Steph Clark jumping in on the opportunity. She broke the opening leg, and on that occasion she had a maximum visit using the 2 treble 20s and the treble 19, again looking to break and again finding a big maximum visit. The pace and the freedom certainly does aid for good performance for Steph Clark when she plays with that little bit more fluency in the arm, a little bit more pace.
60. Steph, you require 98.
So another opportunity comes to win this game. All she can now do is leave herself on a double.
58. Kirsi
Only just managed that.
111.
A bit risky there when it caught the flight. You do have that sort of pause in the breathing. That means the finish is still on. A treble 20 would leave the ball.
68.
I think that would have hurt
Steph,
more
you
than most
require
out shots,
40.
but Steph Clark gets her biggest opportunity here. 3 darts at tops, only
Get
needs
your
one,
on the march,
and a first
Steph
win
Clark.
against Kirsi Viinikainen, a 3rd win of her Group A campaign, and she keeps her faint hopes of a 3rd place finish and a Group B berth alive. But that's a fantastic victory in the end. She had to dig it out. A couple of really standout visits in there, the 177 with the first throw and then the 180 in the last leg that bought her that opportunity, and Clark gets a victory. That brings an end to the first round of fixtures. Lisa Ashton hoping to bounce back from her defeat to Gemma Hayter. She's in action next against Vicky Pruim.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taken out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires, and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, where the race is on, or should I say the racers are on in terms of Group A, because Lisa Ashton is very much still in the hunt for a top place finish. She lost to Gemma Hayter in the first match, meaning she has fallen behind, but has beaten every other player every other day and still will be hunting down that top spot. Vicky Pruim, her opponent, still looking for a third place finish. 2 points behind Trina Gulliver, who occupies that spot at the moment. Remember, second and third go into Group B, where you have a better chance of qualifying than if you finish 4th, 5th or 6th and move into Group C. So Ashton will still have her eyes on the prize. She's got the Hayter game out of the way, didn't get the result that she wanted, but will be looking to do a couple of things here. One is win, and the other is win well. Having lost that game 3-0, she's got a bit of a leg difference deficit to try and turn around, which she actually managed to do yesterday. She was in a similar position, and by the end of the day, she was top of the table by a leg.
Yeah, we've been here before, haven't we?
It's Vicky to throw first.
Story and a tale.
Game on.
Which we've already discussed. Lisa Ashton behind to Gemma Hayter. Looks like it might be done. Gemma Hayter doing the damage, but Lisa Ashton turned it around in the most unlikely scenarios yesterday. Scenario that needed 4 games to go 3-0. And they
42.
did. I think the concern, though, here for Lisa Ashton is not can she turn it around. We know she can. It's more, can she increase the level of performance from that of the first game? Because an average of 71, significantly lower than anything she's been throwing so far this week. And 0 from 6 on the doubles. She was blowing on the hands, which indicates that not got a lot of feeling in there at the moment. So maybe concerning signs for the backers of Lisa Ashton, but we know when the chips are down, she digs deep and produces the very best darts just like that. First maximum of the day.
Yeah, we're seeing some big scoring today, aren't we? Saw a couple of maxes in the previous match, 49. Plus that 177. Now Ashton weighs in with a 180.
95.
Vicky Pruim already won a key game, a key battle
45.
against Trina Gulliver today, 3-2.
93. 97. Lisi require 36.
Well, that's okay. Leaves double 16.
On the first leg, Lisa Ashton.
One of the best misses on the dartboard, that, isn't it, when you're going for a double 18 and you end up in a 4.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I've seen people try and style it out before and say, oh, to switch in because I don't like that. And
6.
You know, we have seen that actually in the game, haven't we? Littler's famously gone 16 double 10 before, hasn't he? For
100.
Not wanting to throw at that target.
$140.
There is that argument. You'll always get your guy down your local, normally the team captain, who goes, they're all the same size, but they are in different places, and it makes you wonder, doesn't it? If we was to spin the dartboard so the 20 was in a different place and all the doubles was elsewhere, would people still go the same way? For example, if you're a double 16 man and you put 16 where the 20 is, do people still go for the double 16 for the breakdown, even though you don't like traditionally where tops is?
Yeah, and quite often the doubles at the bottom are described as the hardest to hit. Now, obviously, the 3 central at the bottom are all odd-numbered doubles as well, so they don't have a breakdown or a position, but it's an interesting point.
Well, we did have an upside-down dartboard challenge, actually, which 44. Is available on the YouTube channel. That actually features Bo Greaves as well.
Yeah, I think a few of the players were a little bit worried when they were told they had to play darts upside down.
require 140.
There's Vicky Pruim turning this match on its head. Having been broken,
60.
she might be about to break back.
32. Game shot on the second leg, Vicky Pruim.
I think one thing we're starting to notice with Vicky is we've talked about her doubling stats and how it's so strong and it's the strongest part of the game, certainly on Monday's play. And it was looking to be that case in game number 1 as well, where it was around about the 50%. But I'm starting to notice a pattern in play here, that it tends to be certain doubles that she's very strong on, and certainly down in that double 16 area.
57.
Now, a lot of the time you get down, you've got your preferred doubles, but this is where the counting comes into play as well now, when you're looking at a professional player and you've got a preference in whether you want to leave tops or double 16. The switches of which a player does early on in a leg help you get down to the double you want to leave.
140.
You want to be down on the double 16, start utilising the 17s. Putting that 4 on the end of the score gives you that breakdown to hopefully being the targets you want to be on.
140.
On target with all 3 missiles there, Vicky Pruim. It looked like Ashton had taken control in this leg, but Vicky bounces back 66. Thanks to that maximum.
Vicky requires 66.
It'll just be the one dart at tops.
46.
She fails to find it, so 64 for Lisa Ashton in what's been a great leg.
48. Vicky required 20.
Well, a great scoring leg.
10.
Because the doubling isn't happening
16.
for Vicky here.
No score.
And Lisa Ashton hits the
Vicky
wrong one.
required 10.
Haven't seen this the previous 2 days from Lisa. But she's just blowing into the hands.
6.
She gets away with it again there. Vicky Pruim missing bucket loads in this leg.
She's actually got an accessory with her there as well, something on the table. She just put it back down again. Whatever it was, it worked for her on that occasion. Defying the 180 there of Vicky, who hits today's 5th maximum, which, when we're only in game number 4, is interesting signs.
120.
Could have been our 6th there, but the dart rejected, hitting the barrel on the way in. 6 is the score yesterday that we had in regards to the maximums hit. And on Monday, that's our best day so far in regards to 180s. We had 9. So I think we could be on for the best day of maximum hitting here. Certainly if the pace continues the way it is.
100.
Just trying to have a look over to the table to see what accessory that is that Lisa Ashton is using. It appears to be a bit of a pouch. Now, that could be one of 2 things. It could be a hand warmer that she's using. We're seeing her blowing on her hands, trying to get a bit of heat in there. Or it could be one of these chalk or sort of resin pouches, which would help with grip. Both of them suggest that Lisa Ashton just not feeling comfortable at the moment with the release.
The game could be over.
100. Lisa require 111. $51.
That's okay.
She's just gone over to that accessory in between shots here. It does appear to be some form of grip aid.
60.
She's got a grip on the match.
Game
And
shot
she has
the
won the
match.
game. Lisa Ashton bounces back from that opening defeat against Gemma Hayter and rejoins her in terms of points at the top of the table. Now 18 apiece for Hayter and Ashton. Vicky Pruim 10 behind them, 2 behind third place Trina Gulliver more importantly, but Ashton ensures there will be a fight to the finish today at the top. Gulliver back in action next. She takes on Steph Clark. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
the match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. Not really it. And the words that just come out make me head go, 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Welcome back to the world of 24-hour darts. Yeah, this is the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. Wall-to-wall darts coverage, including live action, 6 days a week, 50 weeks a year, for free. And this week is Women's Week, the first of our 50 weeks of live coverage in 2025. And 2 players here who've got very different amounts of experience. Trina Gulliver, 10-time champion of the world, 8th appearance at the Super Series. Steph Clark on that stage for just a 2nd time and a 1st in a Super Series week, having previously played in the WADC Tour
First
finals.
leg, it's Steph to throw first.
But we are seeing good progress
Game
from
on.
Clark. No wins on Monday. 2 on Tuesday, and she's already got 1 on Wednesday. Can she carry
60.
on this linear progress? Or will Trina Gulliver really now get a grip on that 3rd place with a win here that would put her 4 points clear of the chasing pack?
41.
Well, we knew there was more in there for Steph Clark due to the performances that she's had on the Women's Series and the opportunity that presents herself in 2025. The biggest
6.
target of the players during this year is to get into that Women's World Match Play at the Winter Gardens. The top 8 players over a 1-year system from the conclusion of the 2024 event. And at the moment,
68.
Steph Clark is sat in 14th place, just 6 places outside of a qualifying spot. That tells you that she's been
45.
regularly competing with what is the best players in the ladies' game right now. All the big players taking part in that. Gemma Hayter, Mikuru Suzuki,
26.
Bo Greaves. I think one of the popular players there last year was the return to the big stage for Anastasia Dobromizlova. One of the first players to actually make a move over to the PDC and try and mix it up with the professional males of the game. Actually got a big win, didn't she, at the Grand Slam of Darts against Vincent van der Voort.
Who, to bring it full circle, will be here on his debut next week.
43.
The Legends League getting underway. Vincent playing in Group B later in the week. Steve Beaton also joining us, having retired from the PDC tour.
100.
I pose a question. Do you think Steve Beaton may go back to the PDC one day?
Interesting one, isn't it? I think he'll probably decide this year. I think he'll probably know by the end of the year whether that's an option or not. Does he enjoy picking and choosing and just playing now and again? Will he find himself playing all the time and go, well, if I'm going to do that, I might as well do it on the PDC circuit?
99.
Could make an interesting piece of content, that, because I believe we're going to see more Steve Beaton on the PDC Pro Tour. I don't think missing out on Ali Pali is going to sit too well with him, and he has already mentioned in one of his interviews
Trina require 107.
maybe he will return.
We saw Raymond van Barneveld do it, didn't we? 4 times.
51. Steph, you require 40.
Double 10 then for the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinched by
Steph
Clark.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Different demeanour about Steph Clark today. Dare say, certainly on Monday,
100.
it was very edgy, and although it was quite smiley, it was like a nervous smile, wasn't it? It was like almost trying to laugh off the situation. Today, it looks all business, looks settled and ready to show what she's capable of.
45.
It just looks to be throwing with more authority. Maybe feels a bit more comfortable, like she belongs here. I mean, you've done it. Matt played in this venue before.
121.
I suppose it can take new players a little bit of time to familiarise themselves, particularly when a lot of the other players have been here on several occasions before and know exactly what to expect.
I think there's two ways of looking at it, because this might sound egotistical, but when I play here, I sort of believed that I belonged, because I came here off the back of an 11-year Pro Tour career, where when you look at some of the players like Steph Clark, they don't have that sort of, I played on these stages, so they come in here and they've almost got to prove their sense of invitation here. And I think that's what we see sometimes when someone either comes to us as an ADC qualifier or an invite who hasn't been on a World Championship stage or hasn't been on that. I think they sometimes feel that weight of expectation of, do I really belong? And we've seen that with Jamie Kelling, didn't we, last year, who won a week here at the Super Series and then chased another week's win because he needed to validate that one to prove that he was a weekly winner.
Well, someone who's certainly got nothing to prove is Trina Gulliver. I think 10 world titles say everything.
44. Steph, you require 144.
She's going to get a chance to prove she's still got it here. 105 to level the match.
You require 105.
Can still be done. Treble 18 and the bullseye. But it won't be done.
37. Steph, you require 56. $20. Trina, you require 68.
Trina Gulliver earlier on in the day had a similar sort of situation on the 67 and took it out nice and clean.
$36. Steph, you require 36.
Can't repeat that kind of checkout, so Clark gets another go. She gets that lucky miss that we spoke about earlier
Second leg,
and
Steph
converts the remainder for a 2-0 lead for the second time today.
Third leg, it's Steph to throw
Well,
first.
we spoke about it earlier on Trina Gulliver with the glasses. They've been on the front of the shirt for pretty much the whole of the time, and I can't remember putting them on, but they are
60.
now on.
She might be wishing she'd put them on earlier after she saw that first start fly straight into the treble 20 and the third in the treble 19.
We have seen a lot of people, haven't we, do spectacles over time, and they do
85.
struggle to adjust to it. It changes, obviously, the eyesight and where you see things are, certainly in the hand.
108.
Well, what sort of glasses are these? Spectacular stuff. From Trina Gulliver all of a sudden.
I wonder how big she's seeing the treble 20 right now.
Why did she ever take them off?
83.
120 after 9, including a maximum visit in this leg.
41. Trina, you require 120.
Some players just can't make the adjustment,
24.
or where the drawback comes, it sort of catches the dart against the frame, and that's why we saw some people. I know Kevin Painter, one of the players who sort of even went for a bit of
6.
laser eye surgery
Trina,
as
you
well,
require
trying to make a bit of a
96.
permanent fix.
Well, Trina will be back. Double 8.
59.
The target.
Trina, you require 16. No score. Steph, you
I
require
think there's now a case for taking the glasses
136.
back off. If there is another leg, I'll explain the theory.
$60. Trina, you require 16. Game
And there
shot
will
on the
be,
third
because
leg.
Gulliver
Trina Gulliver.
has found the double, gets a breaker throw. So the point I was going to make, and I'll pose
Fourth
the question
leg,
to
it's
Matt
Trina
Edgar
to throw
alongside me,
first.
is
Game on.
sometimes just changing something can improve focus and just get a short-term boost in performance. You see it with the likes of Peter
99.
Wright, who'll change darts. Phil Taylor himself said that when he was practicing, if he wasn't practicing so well, what he would do is throw the different set of darts for a
83.
few throws or a few minutes and then go back to his normal set.
Well, it's a valid point. You know, if you was going to do a presentation, you wouldn't do a presentation standing in the same space,
85.
at the same height. You'd change the volume of which you speak. You'd change your position of which you talk to the group. So, yeah, absolutely. And
100.
do you know what? It brings me to another point that I don't think we're too far away from, because you mentioned that at the point Trina Gulliver was throwing at the double. I wonder at what point we're going to get, and maybe Peter
6.
Wright's going to be the person who does this, the person who throws darts. These are my treble hitting darts, and these are my doubles hitting darts.
And I thought we might see him do that in the World
41.
Championship, because he hit the doubles so well in that match against Luke Humphries, didn't he? And I thought we might start to see him with a scoring set and a doubling set. I don't think it's far away, and I think you're right. And that was an unintentional pun. I think it probably will be
59.
him that does it.
I mean, I'm not going to try and sit here and pretend to be a golf expert, but they have different clubs, don't they? One for
30.
whacking it and one for, like, controlling it into the hole. And then, like I say, they've got the one that whacks it across the whole field, and the one for getting it out the sand.
Yeah, I think driving and putting is the correct terminology, Matt.
81.
Yeah, my golf knowledge isn't very good because I can't get all the way round because I always get stuck getting through the clown's mouth. That's always the tricky part.
The windmill that does it for me.
Trina, you require 117.
There's an idea. Crazy darts. Well, this is a crazy turnaround for Trina Gulliver. It's a feeling that Steph Clark's had already today. A 2-0 lead extinguished. She did still go on and win that match. She could avoid the 2-2 scoreline here, but needs to find a treble 17. Can't do it.
52. Trina, you require 20.
So 2 10s for Trina.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
2-2.
leg. Trina Gulliver. Fifth and final leg. It's Steph to throw first. Game on.
Do you say about crazy darts replacing crazy golf? I think there's potential legs here.
60.
A nice concept. Now, I'm a big fan of a film called Basketball. And in that movie, you get to stand in front of your opponent and distract them. Now, there is no rule. It's an
41.
unwritten rule in darts that you actually have to stand behind your opponent. There's no rule that says you can't go stand next to Jack Garwood right now. So maybe we could have a little bit of distraction darts.
Maybe you should have put that to the test at Lakeside recently, Matt.
I tried everything else.
At the World Championship in the fans' village,
140.
there was a revolving dartboard, wasn't there, that the sponsors had put on for a little bit of fun. The dartboard was spinning as you were trying to fill up the treble 20 bed.
45.
As far as this game goes, Trina Gulliver
44.
without glasses, 2-0 down. Trina Gulliver with glasses, 2-0 up. Now a big opportunity here to make a bit of a move on the Steph Clark darts.
$38. $85.
We saw Clark dig deep in that previous match against Kirsi Viinikainen. Found a big score in that final leg to buy herself an opportunity. Is she going to do something similar here?
100.
Well, she does get an opportunity, but how big it is will depend on the first dart she throws when she comes back.
$49. Steph, you require 85.
May just be a dart at the ball. That's all she's got.
52.
Trina's going to go dart at the ball. She's going to need to find a treble here down on the 19s. 4 19s. We'll give her a dart for the match. Not going to go. So Steph Clark's got a chance here to double up. Get 4 points out of a possible 4 here at the start of Wednesday.
Steph, you require 33.
And it would be back-to-back wins for Steph Clark for the first time.
1. Trina, you require 87.
Treble 20 needed. Couldn't be found, so an opportunity then for Clark to be unbeaten after 2 today.
An area of the board she's been finding success.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Steph Clark.
Clark claims another win. And Trina Gulliver unable to get a grip on that third place. She does stay there for now, but only by a couple of points. And a couple of points ahead of 3 players, because Steph Clark has now joined that pack on 8 with those 2 wins. Vicky Pruim also on 8, along with Kirsi Viinikainen, and she is going to be in action next, taking on the league leader, Gemma Hayter. Welcome back to the Live Lounge, where Live Darts is coming to you from Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV for free. And this is Women's Week, and the table topper at the moment is the lady in your picture now, Gemma Hayter. Level on points with Lisa Ashton after beating Lisa for the third time in as many days earlier this morning. And now looking to move 2 points clear again by getting the better of Finland's Kirsi Viinikainen in this one. Hayter looked to be on course for, well, maybe even a record-breaking group when she won her first 7 matches, but then lost a couple yesterday after she started to have a little bit of trouble with injury. Went to get some physio last night, and it seems to have paid off based on the first result. She's had a nice little break before the second. Things
First
could just
leg,
be
it's Gemma to throw first.
Going nicely
Gemma.
for Gemma Hayter here. But she knows she'll have to keep the pressure up and keep the wins up on Lisa Ashton, because she is the only player that's beaten the 4-time world champion.
Now, as someone who has struggled with a repetitive strain injury, I'll say that before I did have the issue, I would have said exactly the same thing, that break's a good thing. But once you've dealt with it and you've had this problem, there's nothing worse than a break. Because actually what you want to do is you just want to get on with things and carry on throwing. And actually by stopping, that's where the issue starts to bring itself
100.
up, because you start getting stiff. Then so essentially, once you start, you can't stop. So what you end up doing is you play a game, then you just go straight to the practice board, and you're constantly turning over because you don't want to sit down and essentially start
6.
seizing up. So Gemma's had this for quite a while, so she'll be aware of how to manage it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's not just stood in the back room just ticking over, and that will be the approach throughout the day. Just keep ticking over. Once you start, you can't stop, which means she's got to go full out for this today in order to hit that top spot to get those couple of days now of which she can get that proper recovery time.
24.
I'll tell you what, there's one thing for sure with the performance we're seeing from her today
83.
compared to what we saw at the back end of yesterday. I might be going and asking if she's got a business card of this physio, because he's worked wonders.
59. Gemma, you require 118.
Well, if she's in the studio at the end of the day chatting about progressing to finals night, then maybe she can give them a little shout out. Oh, wrong side.
88.
But she will return for the remainder. Bit of a snarl as she went back to the back of the
Gemma,
stage,
you
seeing she'd
require
left herself
30.
on 30. But she does have options with it. She's got time.
Game shot
Goes
of
direct,
first leg,
goes
Gemma
in.
Hayter. Second
Now, the
leg,
reason
it's
for the
Kirsi
delay
to
there
throw
with the
first.
referee, and
Game on.
I'm going to actually give him full credit here. It was absolutely right to do that, because had Gemma Hayter not thought that was in, or had it not been in, and he called it, or stuck his head round, even worse, to have a look at it, then he would have
81.
distracted the player before throwing her final dart. In fact, he might have caught one in the back of the head had she done so.
85.
And from the standing position he's on there, you're kind of trying to judge from the angle of the dart, aren't you? Because the first dart would have blocked his vision completely of where the point has landed.
Well,
180.
the 180 comes from Viinikainen, just as it looked like Hayter might be on another procession here.
121.
And that means now we've already seen as many 180s as we did yesterday.
She was one of the two players to beat Gemma yesterday as well, Kirsi. 3-0 as well. 2 3-0 defeats Hayter suffered.
22. 95. 41.
This could open the door for a breaker throw here for Gemma Hayter.
140.
Brings herself down to a very reasonable 2-dart finish, which, you know, for Gemma Hayter, when you look at the back end of the day, should the issue flare up, she needs to get the points on the board early. She did that against Lisa Ashton. The next thing to do is get legs on the board, because that will make it back to that scenario
26.
again, which almost
Gemma, you
becomes
require
unthinkable to
6.
believe it could happen twice, where Gemma loses by 3-0 and Lisa Ashton wins by 3-0 in multiple
Game
matches.
shot on the second leg,
The
Gemma
legs
Hayter.
continue to come for Gemma Hayter in what at the moment is the best performance we've seen from her so far this week.
Third
Currently
leg,
averaging
it's Gemma
just
to throw
shy
first.
of 97.
Yeah, the doubling helping with that as well, hitting half of her attempts.
70.
And even then, that visit really showcasing what she can do. A couple of stray darts, and then she corrects it by finding a treble 20 with the last.
$140. 60. $80.
It's got an interesting stance. Gemma Hayter right across at the right-hand side of the hockey. And if you look when she approaches the hockey, she sort of then elevates herself, stands, the back foot sort of goes on its tiptoe, and she stands taller.
$60.
Just see there from that angle, she kind of grows a little bit.
Good solid line of balance all down the front side of the body there as well.
140.
Good height around the chest and shoulder area. Just allows for that freedom of the extension.
140.
Viinikainen puts herself in a good position here. 81 after a dozen darts. A leg which is included.
40.
A couple of
Kirsi require
140s.
81.
Double 12. Double 6. Really good leg
On the third leg.
from Kirsi Viinikainen, who goes out in 15 to break Hayter and maybe
Fourth
just
leg. It's
upset
Kirsi
things
to
a little
throw
bit here.
first. Game on. $123. $60.
Really starting to find some consistency on the treble. 20 now, Viinikainen.
100.
Would need to find a breaker throw against Gemma Hayter in the last leg should she go that far. But with the scoring power
95.
she's finding, you'd expect opportunities to present themselves. When you're playing someone who's a little bit more methodical, like Viinikainen is, when they're playing well, it tends to hurt that little bit more. Because you tend to find you're a little bit more aware of things stood at the back of the stage.
41. Kirsi require 138.
A very famous finish. Used by Luke Humphries recently to win the Grand Prix.
60.
Kirsi can only chip off 60, but Hayter's unlikely to leave a finish here. She can if she finds two treble 20s. That's not going to happen. So this game has taken a
58.
turn.
Kirsi requires 78.
And you made the point yesterday, often it's when things start to go wrong that you start noticing the pain. That's a great dart. It leaves her on double 18.
6.
She almost hit.
Yeah, so close you had to take a second look there on that one. But leaves it in an area a lot of players
59.
don't like to be over on
Kirsi
that double 9.
require 18.
With Gemma Hayter not on a finish, it appears that she's going to be looking at a split. 10 or a 6. And 10 needs the double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
We go all the way.
Hayter
Fifth
does have the
and
dart.
final leg.
Viinikainen
It's
has
Gemma
won
to throw first. Game on.
the last couple of legs. It looked like Hayter would be just strengthening her hold on that top spot when she won those first two.
81.
Viinikainen's hit back with pretty much the same standard that Gemma produced to get 2-0 ahead.
We started looking for the side story, didn't we? We started looking at the legs and how it could strengthen Gemma Hayter's position.
41.
But right now, it goes back to the main narrative. She now needs the points.
Yeah, on paper, she can
55.
afford one slip up the way things stand, because her and Ashton would be tied on 18 points after they both played 12 matches. But the fact that she has got that injury, that the way she suffered yesterday,
81.
just feel it would be advantage Ashton, even if the table says she's in second.
Wednesday is always a tight day, isn't it? It's where we divvy players up and move them into their respected groups or positions for the rest of the week. And I think when you look across the scores over the first 6 games today, you can really see that, because this, the 4th game out of the 6, it's gone the distance.
135.
And 4 of the previous 5 all won against a throw as well. So certainly a little bit of tension on that
58.
stage. Nothing's coming easily, apart from, bizarrely, the 3-0 win that Hayter had against Lisa Ashton, the battle of the top 2. Arguably the most important match of the day. Hayter seemed to play with the most freedom.
100.
Viinikainen first down to a finish after 12. That means Hayter's going to have to stay straight here. Viinikainen's going to sense an opportunity for the turnaround victory.
60. Kirsi require 144.
May even feel like she's got 6 starts from here at the 144.
Gemma, you require 147.
Well, she may have to take this out. She needed the treble 17 to get a chance, and now all she can do is hope that Kirsi Viinikainen does not clean up the 44.
Kirsi, you require 44.
Could have a huge impact on this group. Kind of played it safe going that route. Leaves double 18. And hits it.
And the match.
And hurts
Kirsi
Hayter
Viinikainen.
with a comeback win. Gemma Hayter looked to be on easy street when she won the first 2 legs of that clash, but Kirsi Viinikainen has turned it around, and in doing so has made things very, very tight in this table. There you see the numbers. The finishing was superb from both players. 2 out of 4 for one, 3 out of 5 for the other. But it was a tale of 2 halves, that game. And Viinikainen wins the final 3 legs to put herself on 10 points, level with Trina Gulliver in that battle for 3rd place. And in the battle at the top of the table, Hayter and Ashton are now back level. Coming up is the 2 that are also tied on the same number of points, 8 in 5th and 6th. Vicky Pruim against Steph Clark. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2 run. Turns the game in his favour.
record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Well, before the break, we saw Kirsi Viinikainen come back from 2-0 behind to take out this 44 finish to defeat Gemma Hayter. The win important for Kirsi Viinikainen, but the defeat very significant for Gemma Hayter, the last one on your screen there, because it means that Hayter, instead of being too clear at the top of the table, she is actually level with Lisa Ashton on 18 points. Everybody level in pairs as you go down the table. So whoever wins will be straight through to finals night on Saturday. Whoever finishes second and third will be in Group B with a better chance of qualifying. So a really good boost for Viinikainen. How much damage has it done for Gemma Hayter? And the two at the bottom are about to go head-to-head now. One of them will put themselves level in third place with Gulliver and Viinikainen. Will it be Vicky Pruim? Or will Steph Clark carry on this winning run and make it 3 in a row and remarkably put herself on a tie for third place, having sat at the bottom of the table all week?
Making a bit of a move, isn't she? Steph Clark, miss 100% so far today. Looking for the hat-trick of wins for the very first time. But the performance of Steph Clark has been the significant improvement.
First
Certainly
leg,
that in
it's
game
Vicky
number
to
1.
throw first. Game on.
3-2 victory that was for Steph Clark against the darts, against Viinikainen. That's something she's going to have to do here again against Vicky. Going to have to find a breaker throw somewhere, but as we've just seen, it kind of is the day for it. Only one player who thrown first in the first 6 games actually went on to win the match.
100.
And in this short format, you'd expect that to be the other way round, where the advantage of throw becomes quite more significant.
135. $60.
Some interesting ties coming up. Hayter's playing the other player who beat her yesterday, Trina Gulliver.
140.
Viinikainen taking on Lisa Ashton.
59. $134.
Very strong leg this from Vicky Pruim to leave herself on 32 after a dozen darts.
Vicky required 32. No score.
Couldn't find the double after 3 consecutive 2 treble visits.
40. Vicky required 32. Game shot on the first leg, Vicky Pruim.
No problems there for Vicky to hold on to a throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Steph to throw first.
Been a bit of
Game on.
inconsistency's been the problem really for Vicky. It's easy to look at things like the daily averages and go, well,
99.
she averaged 77 on day 1, 65 on day 2, which shows a decline there in the performance. But when we look at the run of results, it's kind of in blocks. She lost the first 3 matches, then she won 3 matches, then she lost 4 matches.
100.
Today, picking up 1 win, 1 defeat. To be looking to get into that Group B campaign. That's what we're sort of eyeing up for the 4 players that are not named Lisa Ashton or Gemma Hayter.
97.
I think on some weeks when you look at the lineups of a Group B, yes, it's got that mathematical
22.
advantage, but you think, well, actually, you'd probably be better off in Group C rather than in Group B, because you'd fancy your chances more in a Group C 2 from 6 rather than
81.
the 3 from 5, when some of the weeks we have players that you look and go, well, these are all going to be 90 plus. I think Group C this week, you look at it and go, there's some serious strength in there.
Steph, you require 124. $25.
99 for Steph Clark as she looks to level this game.
40.
And she's got
Steph,
plenty of time.
99.
At least 2 visits to do it.
59.
Nice setup.
$60. Steph, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
All square.
Steph Clark.
Women's Week 2 here at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. If you're not
Third
yet
leg,
watching
it's
us on
Vicky to
Pluto
throw
TV,
first. Game on.
please make sure you do download that app onto your smart TV or smart device.
60.
At the end of next week, where Pluto TV is available,
95.
you'll no longer be able to watch on the YouTube channel. So make sure you download the app, look for the Modus Super Series darts channel, and enjoy wall-to-wall coverage, 24/7 darts, including all of the live action. Next week, the Legends League, and then Series 10 gets underway later in the month.
100.
Looking forward to Series 10. We'll get some new faces in there, no doubt, as players will be dropping off the PDC Pro Tour, and some of the regulars you see here will be graduating from Q School that is taking part this week.
Yeah, we'll know the full pool of players available by the end of the week.
45.
Have you given any little tips for Q School yourself, Matt?
Yeah, I think we're going to lose a few of our
60.
real sort of successful people, one of which being Andreas Harrison.
60. Steph, you require 161.
Jimmy Van Ski was always very popular down here with the crowd, wasn't he? I think he's going to be picking up a tour card this year.
57. Vicky, you require 136. $96.
Harrison, of course, a
Steph, you
super
require
Swede who succeeded
104.
at the very highest level at the Super Series, winning a series title. Vicky Pruim here representing
48.
Sweden this week.
Vicky, you require 40.
And now looking at tops to take the third leg. Double 10. And still
30.
not to be.
Steph, you require 56.
Clark's been decent on tops, but she can't find it this
36.
time. Another chance for Pruim.
Vicky, you require 10. Game shot on the third leg.
This
Vicky
time she
Pruim.
takes. So Clark finds herself in a different position here, trying to turn around a match from behind.
Fourth leg, it's Steph to throw first. Game on. 60. 85. $60.
Some serious congestion in the table, won't there, should Vicky Pruim get this one done? That'll put Trina,
100.
Viinikainen and Vicky all on 10 points, with Trina and Viinikainen to take on the
36.
two players at the top, Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. Yeah, there's all sorts of battles going on. It's the top two and then the best of the rest, isn't it, basically?
60.
And we've been saying all week how key that third place finish could be because of the quality going into that Group C, along with the
100.
increased percentage chance of getting through Group B.
$140.
Big 140 there to leave it within range.
140.
Back at you.
Vicky require 116.
Vicky gets first opportunity for the match.
78. Steph, you require 105.
Was hoping for treble 15 there.
95.
Gets it in
Vicky
the end.
require 38.
But can Pruim get the job done in the end? Oh, this is going to be difficult, isn't it?
No score. Steph, you require 10.
They're just showing how harsh that was. 3 very well thrown darts with little reward.
8. Vicky, you
Another
require
go.
38.
Another chance to get over the line. Another chance to move to 10 points. Again, blocking below, but she finds it this time.
Vicky
And
Pruim.
Vicky Pruim is the one who goes on to 10. Defeating Steph Clark, inflicting the first defeat on Steph Clark today. Vicky Pruim is all smiles at the end of that one. A 3-1 success. And there you see the numbers from the game. Missed doubles plagued Pruim throughout that match, but she just bought herself plenty of opportunities to pick up the points that sees there now be a 3-way tie for third place on 10 points with Gulliver and Viinikainen. And the Finn is in action next against Lisa Ashton, who's looking to return to the top of the table.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come in here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. Don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Everything from now is a Welsh accent.
At 8. 1.
But like this, well, thanks for that.
No. Just
It was 2, and then a ginger celebrity.
2 for the old Jake from the Tweenies. He's going to weigh me in a minute. Just into that one.
I'm
now,
not an
mate.
aggressive person.
What have you done? What's happened? Here's my part of the roads. All right.
And you can check out the pranking antics of our referee Owen Binks here at the Modus Super Series. Pranking Darts plays 7:45 this evening on Pluto TV, the Modus Super Series Darts channel. But right now, we have got Lisa Ashton and Kirsi Viinikainen about to go head-to-head in the live Arrows action today. And Lisa is looking to return to the top of the table. She's on 18 points, tied with Gemma Hayter, who beat her earlier today, but the results have gone the other way in their second round of fixtures. Ashton getting the better of Vicky Pruim. Hayter going down to Viinikainen. Ashton looking to avoid that banana skin here and put herself top of the pile.
No laughing matter this, is it, for Lisa Ashton? A very, very important situation in regards to her hopes and aspirations in winning this group. Can't afford to lose any ground or miss the opportunity now that Gemma Hayter has lost. And it's this opponent that beat Gemma Hayter, Viinikainen. But I've already made note in the last game, Lisa Ashton. She's using it there, you'll see on your screen. A bit of a darts accessory. Now, when she went to this accessory, actually worked for her very, very well.
To throw first. Game on.
Now, the issue that may pose to itself is if she's aware of when she used it, it worked straight away, like it is here. It becomes something then you almost become quite reliant on.
So you think it's a grip aid, did you say, in the previous match?
Yes. Yeah, we've seen Lisa Ashton blowing on her hands, trying to get a bit of feeling in there, so something just maybe not quite right with Lisa here in regards to the release, but it's certainly working, and she's found a solution to the problem, and it's that little pillar pouch over there, which is now going to in between shots.
Looks like a lucky tea bag.
Yeah, I might change my answer here, actually, because
45.
That looked more like a hand warmer up close.
85.
Yeah, it's definitely a hand warmer. That you can tell by the inside of the bag, like say, like a tea bag, something we used to use very regularly at the Players' Championship finals or at the UK Open, where it's in Minehead, which is traditionally freezing.
I've seen some players use head warmers in Minehead before.
81.
Mickey Manson, who famously played in a hat.
Yeah, it's literally every shot now that Lisa Ashton is making a visit over to a hand warmer accessory. It is something I've
85.
talked very regularly about
Lucy
as a
required
must-have darts
95.
accessory for all players, and we're seeing in action here.
It's a little bit cooler today.
55.
I've noticed myself in the building. I mean, we're in luxurious surroundings in our commentary box, but it's a big open space, isn't it, down there?
And that's the thing that it will affect. If you get cold, it will affect things
85.
like fingers,
Lucy
toes,
require
first, extremities, as the body retracts the blood to the major organs. So with that, what you'll end up doing is just
on the first
releasing
leg,
late,
Lisa Ashton.
releasing incorrectly. The darts will start to nosedive and dip, and that's something Lisa Ashton
Second
probably
leg, it's
recognised when
Kirsi
she
to
lost
throw
3-0 to
first.
Gemma Hayter in our second
Game on.
game, and she's found a solution. I suppose problems are only problems if you don't have a solution, aren't they?
Absolutely. And she found the solution to winning that opening leg as well. 18 dart hold a throw to get this game going.
$140. $100.
Solid this from Lisa Ashton. But we did see Viinikainen get hit hard, didn't we, early on by Gemma
41.
Hayter, and then she rose to the challenge, rose to the task, and produced an average just shy of 82 in the end to
140.
beat the table topper Gemma Hayter. Well, I say the table topper, I meant the table topper at that period of time, because as things stand live in play right now, Lisa Ashton is actually top of the table.
140.
Maybe not for long. That's a great visit from
Lucy required
Viinikainen to
161.
leave herself on a finish. Ashton, though, can stop her having a go at it. She needed that treble 17 for a dart at the bullseye.
97.
Now Kirsi will take aim at 80. And gets 2 darts, a double 10. And now 1 at double 5. Fails to find either, so Ashton with an opportunity then to break here and double her advantage. Another. Well, that's okay.
56. Kirsi required 10. Game shot on
Sneaks in the
second
corner,
leg,
all
Kirsi
square.
Viinikainen.
And this is
Third leg, it's
how
Lisa
close
to
it
throw
is,
first.
because
Game
Matt
on.
just said a moment ago, Lisa top of the in-play table. Well, one leg changes everything. Gemma Hayter is there now. Kirsi Viinikainen, remember, looking for that third place. If she can win this match, she'll be outright in that position, because Trina
85.
Gulliver and Vicky Pruim below her both have 10 points as well.
81.
Showing a bit of quality here, isn't she, Viinikainen? And we've described her as a bit of a pest to the top player, someone who will always be there, always challenging, and I think she's going above and beyond that sort of pre-expectation at the moment and producing some real quality.
85. $94.
Oh, decided to switch away there. Didn't see a way into the treble 20. Fancied a treble 18 and pinned it beautifully.
100. $42.
An opportunity now to be first down to a finish. Can Utilise the bullseye here. The bull and 25 both would leave a finish.
42.
Goes for it. Not the right application, but the right understanding. And that's one of the things that's been brought into question a lot this week with the second edition of the Women's Week here at the Super Series. The board management and counting not quite to sort of the levels that we're used to getting here on this international platform. But on this occasion, Viinikainen showing a very good understanding of the darts
43.
maths.
Least you require 100.
Well, Ashton deciding to go
60.
tops top. She played it half
Kirsi
safe
require
and leaves that
146.
target on its own in the end. And we'll go for it unless Viinikainen's got a huge checkout in her here, which she hasn't.
$60. Least you require 40.
Great marker. Couldn't
10.
use it. That was
Kirsi
ideal, the
require
angle of entry.
86.
Absolutely perfect there, just on the top wire.
Feels like a similar game to the Hayter Viinikainen game. This, I know Hayter led that 2-0, but looking comfortable for the favourite, and suddenly Viinikainen comes in like an assassin. Sniper's target is on the ball.
61.
Wasn't far away.
Least you require 30.
Shuffling to the left there because the angle of entry on the first
15.
one, unable to get
Kirsi
around it.
require 25.
Making problems for herself. Viinikainen now an opportunity to break the throw. To get control of this game and control of this battle for third place.
17. Least you require 15.
It's a bit of a battle, isn't it, at the end of this leg? Can she bounce it in off that barrel? No, air
Gates on
shot,
the third
top
leg,
corner.
Lisa Ashton.
And Ashton takes the lead by hook or by crook.
Fourth leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on. $70. 41.
Can always get a real good tell on a player, can't you, about how they're
95.
feeling due to their reaction of winning legs. And Lisa Ashton shaking the head on winning that last one and just spending
100.
even more time now with the hand warmer.
$43. 60.
Still very much there for the taking for Lisa Ashton in regards to taking
41.
over at the top of the table. Gemma Hayter will then have an opportunity to reply in the next game, taking on Trina Gulliver as we're getting into the real business end now
42.
of this group.
It's interesting, isn't it? You've seen both players at the top of the table sort of battling issues the last couple of
100.
days. One an injury, one just trying to give herself the best possible conditions to play. And this game is probably the most difficult to do that in because of the time in
Kirsi
between
require
throws, and that
152.
is a mistake. It's a slip for Lisa Ashton. She's realised she's left a bogey.
I think she realised the second she thrown it. Sometimes you just get in a rhythm and a flow and you're just trying to follow the darts. Certainly when you've had a successful one, the one before.
100.
There's a beautiful find there with the last dart. Brings it down to a 2-darter. This time just taking a pause and a look at the board to make sure she can leave something handy.
52.
But will she get a go? Will she get the opportunity? 2 darts, 2 legs for Viinikainen.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Kirsi Viinikainen.
Well, Gemma Hayter
5th and final leg.
will be
It's
watching
Lisa
with
to throw
interest. She'd have
first.
been
Game on.
cursing Kirsi a couple of games ago when she came back to beat her. But now
6.
she's hoping that Viinikainen can get the victory over Lisa Ashton. Meaning that not only would it be as you were at the top of the table with a pair level on points, but Hayter would, of course, have a game in hand.
100.
That game coming next against Trina Gulliver, who, of
57.
course, was the first player to beat Gemma Hayter in this group.
$60.
Well, it's exactly what we've been alluding to, isn't it? When that release isn't right and you've got that chill in the
100.
hand, darts are going to drop violently at times. I suppose it's quite fortunate it just stayed straight.
Interesting, after that visit, she didn't then go to the hand warmer.
45. $100.
Lots of care and attention on the throwing arm, isn't there, from Lisa Ashton? We mentioned that bit of equipment she's using on the table. She's also got a sleeve, of course, down the whole arm.
140.
That shot puts pressure on Lisa Ashton here.
100. Kirsi require 156.
It's a finish we've seen already this week. Trina Gulliver taking it out earlier on. Viinikainen needs to find a treble here just to make a dent in the same finish, the 156. Lisa Ashton poised with an opportunity here where
26.
2 successful singles
Kirsi
will give her a match start at the
84.
ball. Treble would be a bonus.
She finds a treble for double 11. Oh, what a finish.
And the
And what a
match,
win.
Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton warms to the task at the end. 3-2 victory over Kirsi Viinikainen, who could have just had a huge say in who wins this group, because over the last half an hour or so, she's beaten Gemma Hayter and then lost to Lisa Ashton, both in last leg deciders, and that win sees Lisa Ashton move to the top of the table on 20 points, 2 clear of Gemma Hayter, who will be looking to respond when she faces Trina Gulliver after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where Trina Gulliver is looking to do the same favour to her good friend Lisa Ashton as she did yesterday. That's by beating her rival at the top of the table, Gemma Hayter. Trina was the first player to do that when she got a 3-0 win against Hayter yesterday. And Ashton, having just beaten Kirsi Viinikainen following Hayter's defeat to that player, has just climbed to the top of the table, 2 points ahead of Hayter, although Hayter does still have a better leg difference. So a win here would see Hayter return to the peak of the pile. Can she get revenge for that defeat 24 hours ago?
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
When you've been in a position for a period of time like Trina Gulliver has at the top of the ladies' game, you
45.
like games like this, you like chances like this. Now, I can give reference to this. Certainly when I was playing on the PDC Pro Tour, I was always one of the players that was
95.
around sort of the cut-off for the card. So I was always ranked in and around that sort of 60-64 block. So anytime someone came along who was looking like they were
55.
going to be one of those players that came on and defended their card after winning at a Q school, I always used to like to play them because it felt like, right, you're someone who's going to try and take my position off me.
45.
I want to try and knock you back down. And at a higher level, you saw it with Phil Taylor, didn't you? Where anytime anyone come along who was meant to be the one to come and topple them, he wanted to play them on a regular
45.
basis and beat them on a regular basis. And Trina Gulliver may be looking at the sort of road she's paved for ladies' darts and think, well, Gemma Hayter's going to want to have a drive down that road.
34.
And before she does, I just want to put a few obstacles in her way.
She did say herself, Gemma, when we spoke to her on Monday, that she almost found it
100.
surreal to walk into a tournament where you had a 4-time world champion in Lisa Ashton and a 10-time world champion in Trina Gulliver, yet she was the favourite.
60.
She's the one who's been showing the most quality, though, isn't she, over the last sort of 12 months? And that's what you go on. We don't look too far back in reliance of form. And that's what the odds compilers are judging it on, the form and the expectation that is on Gemma Hayter right now to be that one to really go and disturb the big two in this sport, Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves.
Well, Trina's got her own aim to get into Group B.
140.
Currently does occupy
Gemma, you
third place, but could actually
167.
drop out of it by losing this match because the leg difference between her, Viinikainen and Pruim is very, very tight. Just 2 legs between the three of them.
97. Trina, you require 56. $36.
Chance comes and
Gemma, you
goes. Hayter has an
require
opportunity
70.
to break.
$50. Trina, you require 20.
She can't take it. So back to double 10 for Trina Gulliver. Having to adjust the hockey position. May have to adjust it again here. Yeah, look at that reaction. Only a slight adjustment this time.
15.
But a huge
Gemma,
diversion
you require
from the
20.
marker darts.
Game shot of the first leg, Gemma Hayter.
Hayter shows her how it's done and breaks throw in the process.
Second leg, it's
Once
Gemma to
again,
the
though, about the
first.
same point of the day,
Game
starting
on.
to stretch out that arm.
It's where the management in between matches, the
6.
bits we're not seeing, that's the bits that are really interesting. What's she doing in the back room? Is it tick over? Is it sit down? A lot of people will go straight to that
60.
rest and recuperation, but there is no rest and recuperation because you've got to come and perform again. So you do literally have to just put the foot to the floor and plough through.
45. $64.
I suppose the question really is the Gemma Hayter B game enough
6.
here? It certainly was on Monday. Going through the card, 5 from 5. And yesterday, despite the fact we've spoke quite a bit about the troubles she had, she still managed to pick up 3
43.
wins from the 5 matches. When you don't feel good, that ingredient with what we're seeing right now, which is
39.
a lot of disappointment, a lot of frustration with where the darts are landing. When you don't feel good, you need the board to tell you things are going well.
60.
Right now, that's not giving that instant feedback that Gemma Hayter's looking for.
$100.
I have to box clever here. Finding a treble eliminates the need to
97.
utilise the bullseye.
$55. Gemma, you require 136. $60. Trina, you require 140. $100. Gemma, you require 76.
In the balance, could be a key exchange. This only will be one dart, a double, and that double is double top. It's over the top,
36.
and Gulliver will get an
Trina, you
opportunity at the
require
same
40.
target.
Game shot on the second leg. Trina Gulliver.
No drama. Trina Gulliver gets the throw back.
Third leg. It's
But
Trina
the
to throw
rapid
first.
decline in
Game
Gemma
on.
Hayter is very clear to see at the moment.
$97.
Well, it was game 8 yesterday. It's game 9 today. So her third game both days seems to be when she's just starting to feel it.
95.
Both happen to be against Trina Gulliver, but the bad news, the worst news for Hayter today is that she's already lost a match. She lost the one before it.
Trina Gulliver said, didn't she, at the end of
140.
yesterday's play, that actually Gemma Hayter made reference to it and it gave her confidence. And if she's seeing Gemma Hayter in front of her,
60.
being vocal like she is, shaking her head, flexing the shoulder, Trina Gulliver's just going to grow and grow into this game.
100.
And then the concerns start to come for Gemma Hayter because Lisa Ashton's picking up points right now. If Lisa Ashton goes on to win this group, does Gemma Hayter even make it
99.
to Saturday night
Trina,
after
you
to get
require
through another 2 days of action?
164.
I think there'd be a slight relief that she'd be in Group B and not Group C if bigger rest and fewer matches to play, but there'd be an even bigger relief if she did manage to hold on
40.
and win the group. That's
Trina,
looking
you
less and less
require
likely.
64.
Gulliver has time on her side here. Shaking head in the background, as Matt alluded to.
32.
Going to have to find something.
$100. Trina, you require 32.
Gets herself down to a finish, but Trina down to a double and takes
shot
it.
of third
Nice
leg,
tidy
Trina Gulliver.
16 dart leg there for Trina Gulliver to gain control, who is really growing in confidence in this game.
Fourth leg. It's Gemma to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, she'll be happy with that 100. First thing to do is hold a throw here and at least take it to that decider. Tell Trina that it's not going to be
60.
easy, as it would have felt yesterday.
$100. 62.
62, very similar to one of those shots like the 66 or even 81.
60.
Those sort of shots where if you get the treble 20 with the first dart and you come away with a low score, you feel really disappointed. However, if you get it with the last dart, you actually feel very relieved and happy.
52.
And she'll probably be even more annoyed at hitting that 12 than she would have been hitting the single ones because she's missed by a mile there.
44.
It's always my top tip, that, for beginner players. Very often a question that is asked, and I always say don't benefit from poor practice. Have the number you're throwing at, in this situation, the 20, and you get one number either side, the 5 and the 1. Everything else is like throwing it off the board. Because what you'll do when you start off, you'll hit 18s, you'll hit treble 18s, and as you get better and get closer, you'll start hitting more 1s and 5s and 18s and 12s, so your average will drop. And you think you're getting worse, where actually you're getting better.
Yeah, great point.
81. Gemma, you require 137. $77.
So Hayter leaves herself poised here on 60 to force a last leg shootout in what is a crucial game. They're all going to be crucial from now on. Not just for Hayter and Ashton, but for Trina Gulliver,
Gemma, you require
Kirsi
6.
Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim and Steph Clark, all separated by just 2 points themselves.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Now nothing
Gemma
to
Hayter.
separate these two in this match. Gulliver, though, has the advantage of the throw.
Fifth and final leg. It's Trina to throw first. Game on. $60. $36. $60. $100. $85. $45. $76.
Was she making a move?
139.
She had to make a move away from the treble 20 then because the dart looked precarious.
Good time, though, to find a big power score there for Gemma Hayter. Gets herself back into the leg.
81.
That wayward dart there just makes the situation so much trickier now for Trina. Now needs to find 2 trebles to get a dart at the double.
140.
Gemma Hayter making a big move at
Trina,
the best
you
time
require
possible. Back-to-back
139.
power scoring visits there. Just single to double for Gemma Hayter.
59.
She
Gemma, you
keeps
require
well and
41.
truly in the battle for that automatic pass to Saturday night.
9.
How
Trina, you
big, how
require
big
80.
are those misses going to prove to be? Will she be punished? It's 2 darts for Trina, having seen Gemma miss a brace of her own. And Gulliver
6.
can't find it either.
Gemma, you
A
require
reprieve.
32.
Gemma thought there was going to go, a smile on the face like she's seen the story before.
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Game shot. And
Pressure,
the
what
match,
pressure?
Gemma Hayter.
Gemma Hayter gets a huge win against Trina Gulliver, exacting revenge for the defeat that sparked her downfall yesterday. A 3-2 success in a tense deciding leg. But it's Hayter who picks up the points and in doing so returns to the top of the table. Level with Lisa Ashton. Just 2 legs separating them in that race for finals night. And Ashton will be back in action after the break when she takes on Steph Clark.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Well, here's what's happened so far on the final day of this Women's Week. It's been an interesting day. Gemma Hayter starting it with a 3-0 win over Lisa Ashton that put her in pole position, but then the next set of results, it's all that turnaround because Ashton beat Vicky Pruim and Hayter went down to Kirsi Viinikainen, who then had a chance to beat Lisa Ashton, but she got the job done. Trina Gulliver had an opportunity to beat Gemma Hayter, but she managed to get the victory there. So the table now looks like this. Both players at the top, tied on 20 points, just 2 legs separating them, just 1 leg separating the players in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and just 2 points separating the bottom 4. We really have had this separation in the table, but nothing is solved with 2 games left to play. But we'll talk about the last game first, because we might have had an inkling of what was going to happen if Trina Gulliver had hit one of those darts at double 10.
How many times have we thought we've got the answer to this group and we're so far away from it? Yes, Trina Gulliver, I think Gemma Hayter expected that would go. You saw her nodding and smiling at the back of the stage when Trina hit the treble 20 with the first start. Maybe thought the opportunity had missed because she missed a couple of darts herself, even to give Trina that opportunity after two real big back-to-back scores. So Gemma Hayter's reacting, she's responding, she's digging in, she's digging deep. She knows how important it is to win this group because it's not just the direct pass through to Saturday night, it's also those days off, which right now she looks like she desperately needs.
Yeah, and maybe thought she was going to easily get them when she seemingly easily beat Lisa Ashton in her first game.
Well, we said at the time, didn't we, at the top of the show, that it was more important for Gemma Hayter than Lisa Ashton, and she did get that win, and we thought maybe it could unravel at some point, where if Lisa Ashton would have won it, we expect her to run through the rest of the card. But how many times have we thought in this group that that's the result that's going to decide it, and now we know the answer, and actually we're none the wiser, not just in regards to that battle, but that Group B battle as well in third place. It's a very fiercely contested group.
Yeah, she has proved a thorn in the side of Lisa Ashton, but she seems to be doing the business against everybody else. Going through her own little issues today, though, isn't she, Lisa? We've talked about that sort of hand warmer that she's using. It is coming, the results are coming, but they're not coming as easily as the rest of the week.
I think the concern is when you've got this issue with the throw and you've not got the heat in the hand and the fingers are sort of getting cold, it's on the release there the issue comes. And when you tend to find it is the dart sort of angling in a little bit aggressive. We did have a dart early on closer to the bullseye than it was the treble 20. And there's going to be darts like that. And when they start to come and you start to see those come in, you then start to panic where they could happen. And certainly when you start then throwing at things like a double 4, for example, where you can bust either side on the 13 or the 18. So you start to then lack confidence in certain sections of the board. But at the moment, she's putting it aside, she's getting the results, and hopefully, for Lisa's sake, she'll be able to put those wrongs right, and she's certainly found a way to sort of try and do that.
What about these two races then? If we look at the table again, we've got Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter battling out for the top, but then look at that third, fourth and fifth, three players tied on 10, just one leg separating them. Who do you think is going to win the group and who do you think is going to finish third?
Well, there's one player at the moment who's performing better than the rest, and that is Viinikainen. It's somebody who we've spoke about as being able to produce a pest-like performance to the players at the top, the bottom, whatever it is. She seems to be able to match the standard of the play of the game that she's involved with. However, today has just gone a little bit better than what we've seen before and has sort of produced more, a lot more treble 20s, a lot more power scores at the right moments. And at the moment, if I had to predict someone to be in that third place, I'd be going with Viinikainen.
And as for Steph Clark, let's just have a word on her, because she's put herself in that race as well. She's playing Lisa Ashton in the next game. Is she a much more difficult prospect now for Lisa than she was yesterday and certainly the day before?
The damage was done for Steph Clark on Monday in regards to what she can do in this group. She's been at the bottom of the table pretty much all the way through. She'd be delighted to come off the bottom of the table, I'm sure. No one wants to be bottom of the table, certainly on debut. But with that, there's positives. Positives yesterday in getting results. Positive today in already getting results on the board. And then the performance increasing as well. The darts being a little bit more consistent. She's actually squared her flights up today, which again is just little things that you can pick up from watching things back. It would be very big benefit for her to watch all these games back at the end of this week and see what little bits you can pick up, because those little small 1% can make big differences when we're dealing with a field that's quite evenly balanced.
Well, can she pick up a big win here? She's actually staying with Gemma Hayter this week, is Steph Clark, so she really will be pleased if she manages to inflict a defeat on her rival. If Ashton wins, she goes back to the top of the table, which just keeps changing hands. And remember, the winner of this group is through to finals night on Saturday, and you could be there as well.
And so the roller coaster ride continues here at the Super Series as the women battle it out for the right to get through to that finals night. Tickets are available via dartshop.tv for just £5 entry. And you can, of course, watch the action live on Pluto TV from 7:30 p.m. Saturday night, the main event of the week, finals night, when somebody will be crowned the queen of the live lounge. Will it be Lisa Ashton? Will she be through at the end of today with 2 days to rest up and watch everybody else battle it out to join her? Or can Steph Clark here put a dent in her hopes and a boost for a good friend, Gemma Hayter? As we just saw, just 2 legs separating Hayter and Ashton in the table, but a win here for Lisa would see her return to the top and put the pressure on her rival.
Leg, it's Steph to throw first.
As for Steph Clark, she can make it a 4-way tie on 10 points for the rest of the field if she can pull off an upset here.
120.
It's a good way to start there. 2 darts at registered scores, both in the treble 20. I think the other one was destined for the treble as well. Just caught the flight on the way in. She did lose the power on the dart. Wasn't able to penetrate the score. Then in steel tip darts, the dart has to be retrieved for the points to score. In other variations of the game,
66.
In the soft tip, it just has to hit the fascia of the board. That then registers as the points.
55.
I remember many occasions when I played darts with my mates and you'd want to come out the treble 20. I'm having that again.
99.
Just to complicate things for new darts viewers, I remember at one point, I don't know if this was more of a local league rule that was in place, but if you dropped a dart and it landed over the oche, you couldn't pick it up and throw it again. But I think that might be more of a local league thing for the area of which you're from.
68.
I think there must have been a bit of a miscount with the final dart there. 36 to leave 30.
24. Lisa require 135.
Expect to see us start in the middle of the board. That was the intended target for Lisa Ashton. No finish left here, so Steph Clark will return for 6.
97. Steph, you require 6.
Lisa Ashton leaving the neighbouring double 19.
Which Clark almost hits. Almost hits double 3, but almost is not good enough.
Score.
And she's going to return for that target 38. If Ashton can't convert 38. Straight in it. No problem.
Lisa Ashton.
And really a leg that Clark led all the way through. Ashton has pounced with her one opportunity.
Second leg, it's
Lisa. Got a question for you, Murph. So, if you were Steph Clark and you accidentally hit the double 19,
100.
Would you have gone, get in, and then pretended like you'd hit what you were throwing for and you looked at the wrong score?
100.
Well, yeah, I probably would, yeah.
45.
Styling out is important, isn't it? Like running for a bus and then pretending you weren't running for it when it pulls away.
Well, you see it down your local all the time, don't you? When someone spawns a treble 18, then they throw the next 2 darts at the 18 as if, hey, that's what I was going for.
135.
Yeah, and actually, if they threw a dart treble 20 and it went in treble 18, the best chance of them hitting it again would be to carry on aiming at the treble 20.
85.
Or if you do that thing where you're going for the treble 20, you go wide right, you hit a 1, then you do it again and hit another 1. And you go, right, if I go for a 5, I'll hit the treble 20. For some reason, when I'm trying to hit a 5, I'm always accurate. Again, it's a leg where Steph Clark has
54.
been decent in the scoring.
29.
Been better than Lisa Ashton in the scoring, both legs so far. She's having to work this out. 72, 36 for 36.
111. Lisa require 124.
The ball. Oh,
Yanks
wow.
on the second leg.
Well,
Lisa
talk
Ashton.
about taking your chances. Clark misses doubles in each of the first 2 legs after outscoring Lisa Ashton. She pins an awkward double 19 to take the first, and then a brilliant bullseye for a 1-2-4 combo in the second.
120.
Exactly the same as leg 1 there, 2 in the treble 20 for Steph Clark, and the last one rejected. But we just spent a little bit of time, haven't we, taking a look at the league table. And that league table saw Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton level on points, but Gemma Hayter had a 2-leg buffer. Well, Lisa Ashton, the best thing she could do was come out and try and register a 3-0 success here to then put the pressure back on Gemma Hayter, where the legs column could really come into play. Gemma Hayter coming up next against Vicky Pruim.
26.
Things could get very interesting at the top of the table, certainly on that second deciding factor.
140. 40. 140. 140. At least you require 101.
I'm not going to add another ton-topping checkout. Steph Clark's going to have to give Lisa Ashton a taste of her own medicine here. And to do that, she needs to find treble 19, which she does for double 16.
58.
Just not her game.
52.
And it certainly is Lisa Ashton's game. She races through a 3-0 win against Steph Clark with some stunning finishing. Clark had more darts at double in that match than Lisa Ashton did. She missed all 6 of her attempts. Lisa Ashton, 3 out of 4, including a fantastic 1-2-4 checkout on the ball. And that's the perfect outcome for Lisa Ashton, winning without dropping a leg, returning to the top of the table and piling the pressure on Gemma Hayter, who takes on Vicky Pruim after the break.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out. Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared,
He wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including live Arrows action, Monday to Saturday, 50 weeks a year, 8 sessions. And the last one of Group A, played over the last 3 days, is nearing its conclusion here, with Gemma Hayter needing a response, having been replaced at the top of the table by Lisa Ashton after that brilliant win over Steph Clark before the break there. Hayter needs to get the victory to return there herself.
It's Gemma
and she takes on Vicky Pruim, who is also in a battle of her own. A 3-way tie on 10 points currently for third place, occupied on leg difference by 1 leg by Kirsi Viinikainen, who's got the exact same record as Trina Gulliver in between the pair of them.
But what a positive end to the game that was for Gemma Hayter in the last game when she got over the line by 3 legs to 2 to Trina Gulliver. Some big power scoring, some big visits, dug herself out of a bit of a predicament. And that will give her some positivity. Remember we said in the start of the show, Gemma needs the feedback from the dartboard today. She needs to see that things are going well, and that was a very, very positive sign. And she does need to respond now after Lisa Ashton's big victory in the last.
100.
This is a good response. A big, strong front 9 here for Gemma Hayter.
45. Gemma, you require 161. 61. 85. Gemma, you require 100. 60. 81. Gemma, you
It's a
require
promising start
40.
for Hayter, or will be if she converts this 40, which she's
30.
failed to do.
Vicky, you require 109. 49. Gemma, you require 10. 'Game shot on the first leg, Gemma Hayter.
So the first leg goes the way of Hayter,
Second
who's
leg,
hoping
it's Vicky to throw first.
to be top
Game
of the
on.
table. And now she wins this by 1 leg. Everything will be tied between her and
77.
Lisa Ashton going to that last round of fixtures. But a reminder
85.
of how things work here at the Super Series.
60.
If it is tied on every metric, it goes to the head-to-head record. So those victories for Gemma Hayter
127.
over Lisa Ashton this week will be worth their weight in gold.
180.
Good day for maximums.
81.
Best we've seen so far was Monday, 9 across the day. But we nearly had that beat in the early part of today.
44.
As all the players contributing to quite a significant improvement.
Vicky require 140. $82. Gemma, you require
Brings it down
164.
nicely. That's the question of Gemma Hayter, who may have the answer here. Just caught the flight on the way in.
136.
Leaves it
Vicky
handy.
require
Ask
58.
questions here of Vicky.
38. Gemma, you require 28.
For the breaker throw.
Flexing the shoulder before that last dart.
Vicky, you require
Trying
20.
to ensure she was best placed to pin that double, which she identified as an important one. She thinks Pruim is going to nail this.
Game shot on his second leg. Vicky
And
Pruim.
she'd be right to think that.
I suppose for Gemma Hayter, it's
Third
more than
leg,
just
it's
winning the
Gemma to
game,
throw
isn't it? It's
first.
also down to those
Game
legs. She's just seen Lisa Ashton go and take a 3-0 win. Now, the best Gemma Hayter can do from here is a 3-1, which means she would surrender one of the 2 legs advantage she had. As the 180s, the maximum column, continue to add up.
60.
Well, she would swap that maximum for just one of the darts to have got in the double 14, wouldn't she? Had a 2-0 advantage and throwing first.
45.
It's beyond points now, I think, this group. It's beyond just who beats who. I think it's how you win the games now that's going to come into play. Not just in regards to who's going to top the group, but potentially also for that third place race.
So just if you are new to the Super Series, groups are obviously decided by points, but the tiebreakers then it goes to leg difference, legs won, then head-to-head wins.
100.
In Group A, you'll always have a winner on that because there are 3
151.
matches, but in B and C they play twice, so it could go to legs won in head-to-head wins, and then as has been the case on some occasions, if they
60.
can't be separated by any of those, the overall average for the player in that group. One of the rare occasions where averages really can matter.
100. Gemma, you require
You know someone's going to be
91.
sat here going, but what if their averages are the same?
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Gemma Hayter.
The points might be going the way of Hayter in this one. And if she does just win it, remember,
Fourth
by
leg,
one
it's
leg,
Vicky
if it's
to throw
3-2,
first.
we will
Game
have a
on.
situation where her and Lisa Ashton are all tied on the same amount of points. Trina Gulliver and legs and
81.
legs won and everything. Trina Gulliver and Kirsi Viinikainen already are in that position for 3rd and 4th place, and they play in the next match, so something's got to give there.
41.
It's always exciting, isn't it, when we get to this
58.
part after 2.5 days worth of play. We're getting down to the final games, and literally nothing has been decided in regards of everybody's fate.
60.
Yeah, that is a real sort of fun part of this league format, which isn't
6.
seen that often in darts. I know the Premier League was announced in PDC darts a couple of nights ago, but it's like a tournament each week, isn't it?
100.
A mini tournament. I have to admit, I've watched it for the last 2 years in that format, and I've paid no attention to the actual league standings until it's nearly the end of the season.
140.
You do get that situation, don't you? I believe it was Peter Wright last year was at the bottom of the table, and when it got to the last few weeks, had he have won a night, would all of a sudden put himself
43.
back in contention for the finals night. One of those quizzes, isn't it, where every round's
100.
worth more prizes, which essentially makes the early rounds irrelevant.
100. Vicky requires 62.
Well, 62 here for Pruim. Oh, great dart. Double 16.
Game shot
And
on
we
the
do go
fourth
the
leg,
distance.
Vicky Pruim.
So this leg is absolutely enormous for both of these players, actually. Because let's not forget
Fifth
that Vicky
and
Pruim
final
herself
leg,
is one of
it's
those
Gemma
three
to
players
throw
on 10
first.
points. A win here
Game on.
would put her in third place provisionally. A win for Hayter would see her go level on points with Lisa Ashton. Level on legs
100.
difference with Lisa Ashton. And level on legs won. With one game left to play for the pair of them.
60.
That would mean that Hayter would know that if she were to beat Steph Clark
40.
3-0, then that would be enough because the head-to-head record against Lisa is going to beat her if Ashton gets the same scoreline against Trina Gulliver.
45.
But first things first, this leg must be won.
$140. $58. $140. $100. Gemma, you require 81.
It will be one if she finds double 12.
57. $140.
Gets
Gemma,
herself
you
down to a
require
potential
24.
2-darter, does Vicky?
Game shot.
But Gemma
and the
Hayter
match.
bats
Gemma
away the
Hayter.
pressure, mops her brow, a little sign of relief there for Hayter, who just about keeps herself in pole position. Yes, her and Lisa Ashton are tied on everything with a game to play, but that head-to-head record could come into it if they get the exact same result in their final game. So a very, very slender advantage for Hayter. That defeat for Pruim as well means that Gulliver and Viinikainen's match will see one of them go outright third place on 12 points. That is coming up after this break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Well, huge games coming up over the next hour or so here at the Pluto TV Modus Super Series, and the first of them is the penultimate outing for both of these players, Kirsi Viinikainen and Trina Gulliver. The pair of them tied on 10 points and have got exactly the same leg difference here in this group, and they're not playing for top spot, but they are playing for a crucial third position, and whoever gets that will go to Group B tomorrow night, where 3 players go through from 5 rather than fall into Group C, where only 2 make it through from 6.
We've tried to make reference a lot of the time to not just the numbers.
First leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
But what the number represents. And when we take a look at that Group C, it's not just the fact there's 6 players to qualify, it's the quality of the players that are coming in as well. World Championship runner-up of the ladies' game, Sophie McKinley.
60.
Paige Pauling, the girls' world champion, one of the hottest prospects in regards to the ladies'
41.
game. Katie Sheldon has had appearances at the Women's World Match Play, which is arguably now the
45.
biggest event in ladies' darts.
4 games to go. All we know is Steph Clark is going into Group C. We know nothing else.
55.
The winner of this game wouldn't guarantee third place, but if they won it 3-0, they'd be pretty close to it.
24. $137. $59.
Trina finds the red bit, but that's happened quite a lot today, hasn't it? Brilliant darts and then wayward ones
68.
in the same visits. Kind of gone unnoticed because of the importance of all the matches today, that she actually
60.
hasn't picked up a victory yet.
I suppose the concern for Trina is just as the event goes on and the days start to wear, is she able to keep that line of performance going?
59.
It is an awful lot of darts to play when you play a week here at the Super Series.
140. $100. 55. Trina, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Trina Gulliver.
Might not be about the amount of games you win. Might be about which games you win.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's also the same when you look at individual matches, isn't it? You don't have to be the best player all the time. You have to be the best player at the right time. And that's sometimes where people really struggle in regards to dealing with nerves or the pressure of match play situations, because they play it shot by shot. Right, Viinikainen's hit 100, I need to hit 100, and you sort of literally try and match or outdo your opponent every individual shot. And it's not about breaking it down into individual battles all the time. See it as a big collective. People break it down, don't they, into, oh, I've got a really good scoring game, but my doubles aren't. And you're breaking the game down even further into two parts.
100. $60.
Do make sure you stay with us for the next hour or so here, as this Group 8 concludes. Little decided so far. We do not yet know who will be going through to finals night without having to play in a secondary group this week. Will it be Gemma Hayter? Will it be Lisa Ashton? Who will be in Group B? The winner of this will be in the box seat.
60. Kirsi require 161. $85.
Throwing these with a bit of conviction.
139.
Did seem to be a lot of space on the left-hand side of the treble there, but Trina opting to come away for the 100% open target at the bottom of the bed.
Well, that's a good dart. Leaves a double 14. Not sure if she knew it. She was probably thinking about that in three parts, wasn't she? 16, 20 and tops.
Game shot on the
But
second
she's got it
leg,
in two
Kirsi Viinikainen.
and levelled up the match at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
It's actually quite an old school mathematical way of thinking, that route on 76, because you're avoiding hitting a 1 or a 5 if you miss, going for the 20s.
45.
If she has got 44, many times we've seen Kirsi Viinikainen go for an 8 or a 16 then as well, like she's making the target area bigger.
Trina really not got a scoring boots on here, though. We've seen Viinikainen respond to situations
59.
like this, producing some good power scores when required. Could make life a little bit easier for herself here, but I think this is something we're learning with Viinikainen. And you get players like this where you sort of play the level of what the game is. When she's gone up against Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton, she's played at a very high level and been very competitive.
121.
And you think, well, she plays that against everybody else, she'll be fine. But when she goes up against someone who plays at a lower level, she sort of plays at that standard as well. Very
30.
reactive to what's happening in front of her. Safe to say the old play the board or play the player. Viinikainen definitely plays the player.
41.
Do you think for either of these players winning this match and potentially getting that third
63.
place in this group will be the difference between getting to finals night and not?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in that group C. mathematical disadvantage and quality of opponent.
Trina Gulliver has never made it to a finals night in 7 appearances at the Modus Super Series, including the first Women's Week. Kirsi Viinikainen's 1 from 1, having made it via Group B in Women's Week 1 last year.
She's got the opportunity this week.
40.
It's not going to be through Group A, but she'll have a Group B or C campaign. She's also going to be back here next week as well for Legends Week. So a few opportunities to put that right at the start of 2025. Some great time on the board as well when you look at what's on the horizon. Things like the Seniors World Championship coming up at the Circus Tavern.
$95. Kirsi require 127.
127, 2 goes at it, so no need to be thinking about the bull here. Now we'll know if she is or not.
87.
Plays it safe, plays it straight.
$27. Kirsi require 40.
Well, she's looking at Trina's score now. Is she going to bust this?
No score.
I think that was a sensible play in that situation there for Viinikainen, and showing a little bit of experience there as well that she's gathered from her many years of travelling the globe playing this sport.
170.
Reels in the big
Kirsi
fish,
require
but
40.
didn't mean to. 25 was a target there. We saw it all go messy for Lisa Ashton in a infamous leg earlier in the week.
Game shot on the third leg.
Trina Gulliver
Kirsi
doesn't get the
Viinikainen.
chance to go for the 11 because Kirsi Viinikainen's smart play proves to be the right play in the end.
Fourth leg. It's Trina to throw first. Game on. $97. $30. $59. $23. $51.
Spraying them around a little bit. There's certainly tension evident in this encounter.
Players do have access, don't they, to the league table at all times in the practice room. It'll be on display. It'll be something that
140.
they'll be very well aware of the situation in regards to the points, the legs, and everything that is going on here.
I think 1 or 2 of them might have actually been flicking through the contracts to check the bit about how it's worked out if everything's
41.
tied. Because that was the case for these players before this match. It's the case as it stands at the top of the table with Hayter and Ashton. And I think the point has been vindicated, a point that Gemma Hayter herself made earlier in the week, that we can have good competitive darts at a Women's Week without Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
139.
She also mentioned that there's other players out there that could come and fill in the lineup and still keep the standard. I mean, one of them has to be named as Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who won the first Women's Week here, and that was a week that included both Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves.
97. Trina, you require 114. 58. Kirsi, you require 130.
Well,
Trina, you
Viinikainen put
require
herself
56.
at match point. Trina Gulliver trying to stop her. And she's only going to get one dart. It's double top for Trina Gulliver to save herself here.
16.
Hasn't won a match
Kirsi,
today.
require
That may
40.
continue, and Viinikainen may move into pole position for a Group B place.
Well,
she didn't
Trina,
want to
you
be there
require
earlier on
40.
in the double five. She opted to bust it. That's where she will come back if Trina Gulliver is unable to convert this opportunity.
That was close,
Kirsi, you require 10.
but it was not close enough. Tension, tension,
Trina,
tension.
you require 20.
I almost don't want to commentate on this.
Gets
Makes
on the
me
fourth
feel like I'm
leg.
going to make
Trina
somebody
Gulliver.
jump. But Trina Gulliver has held her nerve and her throw.
Fifth and final leg. It's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
And the pair of them, well, they're still tied on everything. The winner of this leg
41.
will be in control, will be in third place on points, on merit, and in with the strongest chance of being in Group B.
$30. 43. $60.
Both those had 6 starts and both still in the 400s here. A sign of the tension, which you've already alluded to. Actually takes okay, 8 darts to get out with
84.
that first 100 block.
$140. $140.
Things starting to warm up in this decider.
$137. $100. Trina, you
Fair
require
play to the pair of them.
134.
All of the last 4 scores consecutively been in 3 figures. But it is Trina Gulliver who folds first.
12. Kirsi, you require 92.
Doesn't take too much off the score there. Leaves it very tricky when she comes back.
And that is perfect. What a way
Headshot and the
to win
match. Kirsi
such an
Viinikainen.
important encounter. Kirsi Viinikainen produces a top quality leg of darts to defeat Trina Gulliver, and in doing so put herself on the brink of playing in Group B for the rest of this week. She occupies third place at the expense of Gulliver after that win. It's not all sorted yet. We're going to find out which one of her, Gulliver and Pruim will take that third spot, and crucially, whether it will be Hayter or Ashton that top the table. Gemma Hayter is first out to play. They're tied on everything. She's taking on Steph Clark. That's coming next. It could not be tighter at the top of the Group A table here. Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter tied on points, tied on leg difference, tied on legs won. Each have lost 3 games. All 3 of those games for Lisa Ashton this week have been against Gemma Hayter, and it could come down to that head-to-head record in the end. Both are going to play the next couple of games. We will know which one of them goes through, and it is Gemma Hayter who is the first to play. And because of that head-to-head record, if she wins this match 3-0 against Steph Clark, well, she will qualify for finals night by virtue of that result. And it's possible because they've played twice already this week. Clark's only managed to pick up 1 leg across those 2 matches. Good friend, she's staying with her in Gosport this week. She might not be if she beats her in this match. But Gemma Hayter so determined to get through and rests up, playing through the pain barrier with a shoulder injury that's been bothering her. If she can get the job done here, it will be an almighty relief. If she doesn't win it 3-0, then Lisa Ashton will need to better her result to go through at her expense.
First leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
One big last push, really, for Gemma Hayter, isn't it? That's all she needs to be thinking
140.
here. Throw everything you've got into this one. Leave nothing behind, and you've then got the luxury of time.
59.
She'd start really strong in her last game as well, didn't she, Gemma Hayter? It looks like it's going to be a bit more of the same here.
43. $100. $43. Gemma, you require 161. $81.
Maybe a slight advantage as well in playing someone who
100.
has nothing to play for in terms of qualification from this group. Steph Clark knows that she's destined for Group C. Difficult to keep the intensity and focus up when
60.
you don't have that target. Lisa Ashton takes on Trina Gulliver. And that'll be something as well that might be in the mind of
60.
Gemma Hayter,
Gemma,
because Lisa Ashton
20.
has beaten Trina Gulliver 3-0 both days.
Game shot on the
First leg goes the way
Gemma
of Hayter. 2 away from qualification if she does it without dropping any.
Well, Lisa
Second
Ashton
leg,
came up,
it's
didn't she,
Steph
to
to
speak
throw
to us
first.
at the end
Game
of
on.
play yesterday and wasn't aware of any of the situations. Actually thought she'd be behind Gemma Hayter. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? How much does Gemma Hayter actually know
83.
in regards to the situation? And knowing how players think, I would hazard a guess that she didn't want to know. She just wants to get up there, try and win the game by 3 legs to 0,
140.
and then let the table take care of itself.
85. $108.
Brilliant stuff, and she's going the right way about doing that here. Is Gemma Hayter. Stunning performance
66.
so far.
$45.
Breaking here, she's going to have the darts for that 3-0 win.
Gemma, you require 136.
Just love to find a straight ton here with Gemma Hayter.
100.
Finds it with her last dart. That's
Steph,
a
you
big
require
dart. That
167.
means if she does come back, it will be 3 darts for the break. That's a big if now.
142.
Wow.
Gemma, you
That
require
would have been a
36.
breath-stopping shot.
Game
But
shot on
that
the second leg. Gemma Hayter.
Could be the moment, really. Yeah, she wasn't far away from that, but
Third leg.
13 dart to that. Gemma
First.
Hayter goes into this,
Game
what
on.
she hopes is the final leg of the group, producing potentially her best performance. 103.66 the average going into it.
What a time as well to produce one of
140.
the best legs of the week.
Could be one of the best performances. Remember, a 3-0 win,
24.
and she is qualified. Lisa Ashton won't be able to do anything. If she matches her result, he'll be on that head-to-head, and those 3 defeats will come back to haunt her.
85. $100. $60. $46.
If she does get it done, I think she deserves a lot of credit The way she's managed it today.
45. $140.
Got to be said here, Steph Clark's actually raised her performance quite significantly in this game. It's just that she's ran into the very best here of Gemma Hayter.
$48. Gemma, you require 143.
Can she finish it in style? Same shot on offer for Clark, having already missed the bullseye for a big finish in this match. Is she going to get a shot at double 16?
111.
Oh, twice she comes close to crashing in an enormous one. And it could have really harmed Hayter. But she remains unharmed. And she'll be able to rest up for a couple of days because Gemma Hayter is through to finals night. The 3-0 win she required, but it wasn't without its scares. Some relief after those missed doubles at the end of big combinations from her good friend Steph Clark. But Hayter is all smiles. That was huge. That is huge for her. It could be a key moment in this week. She really wanted the 2 days off to rest that shoulder problem, and she is going to get them. And it has come with one of the best performances of the week. An average of 92, 3 out of 4 on the doubles. We are going to hear from Gemma Hayter at the end of today's show, so do stick around as we find out what she was going through, both physically and mentally, over the last couple of days. Steph Clark will be back in Group C tomorrow, and we've got 2 more games. Lisa Ashton, we now know, will be in Group B. The other 3 players trying to join her. Gulliver, Ashton next.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
this is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, your home of 24/7 darts. Well, Lisa Ashton and Trina Gulliver are about to go head-to-head for the third time this week. And Ashton thought she might have been coming into this match with a chance to get through this group and go straight through to finals. Now, that won't be the case now. Gemma Hayter got the 3-0 win she needed, and the 3 defeats that Ashton has suffered, the only 3 defeats she suffered in this group, were all against Hayter, meaning even if she wins this one 3-0 and the pair are tied on everything, Hayter will be through by virtue of that head-to-head record. Trina Gulliver.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Despite not winning a game today, could still end up in Group B with her, but would need to win and win well in this game, and also would need the right result in the final game between Vicky Pruim and Kirsi Viinikainen as well. And she hasn't won a leg against Lisa Ashton so far this week, so it's a tall order for Trina.
Be interesting to see what version of Lisa Ashton we get here now, because she'll know that the race is up. She would have found out that information before going up, because I'm sure Gemma Hayter would have been celebrating in the back room her joy of winning the group. So Lisa will know that this is just a chance to play with freedom here in a clash
100.
where there are 14 World Championships between the pair on the stage.
95.
I don't normally do shout-outs, but we've had a special message in from Lisa Ashton's granddaughter and Trina Gulliver's goddaughter, Amelia Rose, who decided to let us know that she loves them both, but she always wants her nana to win because she can get lots of sweets with her prize money. So there's the motivation for Lisa Ashton here.
45.
Win and treat Amelia Rose to a big bag of sweets. While you're at it, drop some off in the comms box.
58.
I think you've had enough today already, haven't you?
I'm trying to get rid of them after Christmas so I can start the diet, Matt.
58. Trina, you require 116. $60. Lisa, you require 118.
She can fit one under there. She gets a go at double 19.
80. Trina, you require 56. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, first
Trina
leg
Gulliver.
that Trina Gulliver's won against Lisa Ashton this week, but he still gives her a chance of that third place.
Second
If she
leg,
can win
it's
this
Lisa to
game,
throw
she's in with an
first. Game on.
outside chance.
100.
Well, the streak is over there then for Trina Gulliver in regards to that head-to-head clash.
And she referenced it yesterday, didn't she? She was well aware she had to beat me 3-0 again.
$60.
I wonder how much joy Trina would get if she can sneak that third place, because if she can get in that third place, get in Group B, she'd have to play Lisa Ashton twice again.
59. $100. $77. 125. $84. Lisa, you require 116. $98.
Oh, Ashton looking to level.
100. Lisa, you require 18.
Splits it 2 for double 8.
No
And she
score.
ends up back at the start.
Trina, you require
Much to her amusement.
140.
Wow. Double 10.
No score.
And remarkably, she ends up back
Lisa,
at the
you
start as
require
well.
18.
But much further way back
Game's
there
on
for
the
Trina
second
Gulliver.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
Well, she goes all the way back to 5:01 now. Lisa Ashton levels up the game.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Yeah, should have just done that in the first place, Lisa. You'd have spared both of your blushers.
$58.
Handy deflection. Hit the dart in the 20. The point goes in the 18.
$60. $59. $76. $26. $123. $140.
Nice find there from Trina Gulliver to get herself back in the leg.
$95.
Sort of jumped on that first start. It's where you sort of go up on the toes a little bit on
21.
the lead leg.
Easy require
You just
147.
start to struggle with the darts going high and low on that case. Violently low for Trina.
41.
This feels a little bit flat from both players, maybe because of the previous results for both players. Trina losing that all-important battle to Kirsi
78.
Viinikainen, and
Lisa you require 106.
Lisa Ashton witnessing Gemma Hayter do enough to qualify. This will give her a nice spark.
88.
Again, she leaves herself on double
Trina, you
9 by
require
missing double 18.
119.
$62 remaining. So double 13.
Game
Fabulous
shot of third
finish from
leg,
Trina Gulliver.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw
It
first.
might have been
Game on.
a little flat, as I said, during the scoring phases of these legs, but when it gets
58.
to the end, it's been sparkling, hasn't it?
Well, these two are the most likely players to give us a ton plus checkout this week. They're sharing 6 between them. Lisa Ashton's hit one every day so far. 130, 100 and a
64.
124. The 124 that she took out earlier on this afternoon. Trina Gulliver's given us the biggest finish of them all so far this week. The 156,
57.
which she hit on Monday. A 107 and now adds the 119. There's only been 3 other
30.
big checkouts. Vicky Pruim with a 100. Viinikainen with a 110. And Steph Clark with a skin-saving 122 earlier in the week.
29. 66. 95. 57. 56.
Seeing real disappointment when she's throwing darts into the one segment. It's happened a fair bit in this game.
21. 60. 59. Least you require 146.
There's more evidence here, isn't there, of what you were saying before, where the scoring phase just feels a little bit flat here. Trina Gulliver had 18 darts. She's not even took the first 300 points off as of yet.
126. Least you
Trina
require
gets herself back in the reckoning in leg 4. And should get, I emphasise should because there have been a few wayward ones in this game, but should get a dart for the match.
88. Trina, you require 78.
It is a dart for the match, and it's at double top.
Game
And
shot
Trina Gulliver
Trina
has inflicted defeat on Lisa Ashton, meaning that as things stand, she is occupying third place and could yet be going into Group B with her. Things are going to get very, very interesting. They've been interesting all day, haven't they? Lisa Ashton couldn't have won the group before that game after Gemma Hayter got the 3-0 win, but as it turned out, Hayter didn't need that 3-0 victory. She goes through. Ashton's in Group B. Gulliver could join her, but Kirsi, Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim will go head-to-head in the next game to determine which of those three it will be that finishes third.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Well, we said before the break that to have any chance of getting third place and a place in Group B as a result, Trina Gulliver would have to win against Lisa Ashton and win well. And she did both. In fact, that 3-1 scoreline that Trina Gulliver managed to obtain has eliminated Vicky Pruim from the running in that race. Even though she can get to 12 points, which is what Gulliver and Kirsi Viinikainen both have, the best she can do is match the record of Trina Gulliver. But she is behind on the head-to-head by 2 wins to 1. So Pruim can't make it, and therefore is actually pretty much playing for Trina Gulliver here, because if Pruim wins this match, Gulliver takes third place. For Kirsi Viinikainen, it's in her hands. A win here, and she goes through in third place and joins Lisa Ashton in qualifying for Group
First
B,
leg, it's Vicky
where they
to
will
throw
play
first.
alongside Laura Turner, Lorraine
Game on.
Winstanley and Robin Byrne.
Well,
55.
it's all starting to take a little bit of shape now, but it's took us 45 games of which to find that. I've got a feeling had we continued with this format, I think we'd have the same dilemma all the way through.
95.
And we might get those dilemmas again in the secondary groups with the incoming players coming in. Also, Sophie McKinley,
6.
Katie Sheldon and Paige Paul in action in a youthful-looking Group C. As Matt mentioned, this game 45 of 104 to be broadcast live on Pluto TV this week. Double sessions Thursday and Friday as always. A reminder that we get going in the afternoons, 1 p.m. UK time. Group C gets underway, and then Group B, 10 matches from 10 p.m. And Saturday night, the finals night, 7:30. When the remaining 6 battle it out to take the big check. And to add the name to the Roll of Honour that currently has one name on it, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, the first
30.
Women's Week winner last year here at the Super Series.
$60.
Let's switch downstairs here.
127.
Did look quite inviting there on the treble 20.
81. Kirsi require 152. $112.
Beautiful setup play though. Double left after 15.
45. Kirsi require 40.
She plays the situations, she plays the moments, and she plays them well.
Game shot on the first leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
On his first leg of first blood to Viinikainen.
Second leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
I suppose it is where you want to be, isn't it? Having it in your own hands. He'd rather be Kirsi on the stage and Trina Gulliver backstage hoping for an outcome.
That's all you ever want, really. You want it in your own hands. You want it in your own control.
60. $100. $95. $60. $22.
Done the hard work here, Viinikainen getting the breaker throw in the opening leg, but that shot has given Vicky an opportunity to look at getting that break straight back.
$38. $85.
Both these players did progress to the finals night last time around.
$135. $55. Kirsi require 151.
Both did it through Group B. Vicky Pruim will have to try through Group C this time around. Kirsi Viinikainen hoping to get back to B.
91. Vicky require 141. $59. Kirsi requires 60.
Double top then for 2-zip. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
One away.
Third leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
I saw what it meant to her last time to make the
46.
Saturday night in tears when confirmation was brought forward that she'd navigated her way through the groups. So with that in mind, that mathematical advantage of Group B would be huge here for Viinikainen.
41. $41.
And they've all got to remember as well, it wasn't that Rhiannon O'Sullivan was a dominant force during the week. She came and did the business on
100.
finals night. The next couple of days, it's all just about getting
42.
there. And Viinikainen, if she does win this match, is giving herself the best possible chance to do so.
$78.
This is a point of legs where she's been kicking in. Sort of the front nine's not been very strong for her up until this point, and then the back end of legs
100.
where she finds her best and the more consistency around the big trebles.
$45.
Had it covered, had it surrounded, but didn't have it penetrated.
95. 59.
An opportunity still for Pruim to stay in this match and to keep Trina Gulliver in contention for third place.
100. Vicky requires 77.
It's tops.
57.
That could be that.
Kirsi requires 78.
The finishing's been strong. It's going to need to be a treble to get a dart at the double. Treble not found. So Vicky will get an opportunity here to hold on to a throw,
38.
extend the game and
Vicky
keep Trina Gulliver's hopes
20.
alive of that third place finish.
That was well pitched. Trying to crash in off it.
Game shot
Uses
on the
that
third
line
leg,
nicely.
Vicky Pruim.
And still, the puzzle remains unsolved.
Fourth leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
Well, she may have nearly been puzzled there as it looked she could have fell down the old smoke holes there at the back of the stage, the smoke machine gaps. Now covered over.
85.
We call those the Stephen Burtons.
Yeah, lost his dart down there, didn't he?
45.
Well, this is not what Viinikainen would have wanted.
5.
Not at all.
$24.
Taking even longer than usual there to try and regather after that score of 5. Hasn't worked.
27.
This is a big opportunity here for Vicky to step in. To look at the potential breaker throw
100.
here. 9 darts thrown from Viinikainen and she's only just gone out the 400s. Again, alluding to that fact that the front 9 not quite as strong, but this is recovering the situation.
180.
Third of the day.
81.
Where did it come from? 527, 180.
84.
Her last 3 visits.
$58. Kirsi require 120.
They found nothing on the front 9, but has the luxury of making this just a setup shot here. Vicky not on the finish herself.
50.
She just rounds it off to a straight 70 finish when she returns. That an opportunity to get the job done, to win the match. To take
95.
that third position in the group.
Kirsi requires 70.
Top send to do so.
Game shot.
And there
and the
it
match.
is.
Kirsi Viinikainen.
It's a victory for Viinikainen that sees her seal third place and book her spot in Group B tomorrow night. She's going to join Lisa Ashton in that group after Ashton was pipped at the post by Gemma Hayter, the winner of Group A. Vicky Pruim will be in Group C with Trina Gulliver and Steph Clark. We'll reflect on today's action, preview the rest of the week, and hear from the group winner, Gemma Hayter, at the other side of this.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Well, what a day. Here are the results from it. 15 fixtures completed, but it went right down to the death for just about every position in this group. As we got to the penultimate games, it started to become a little bit clearer. Gemma Hayter needed to get a 3-0 win against Steph Clark to confirm that she would win the group at that point, and she did. It turned out she didn't need it because Trina Gulliver then got a win over Lisa Ashton. So 2 points in the end separating the top two, 2 points separating third and fourth as well, with Kirsi Viinikainen joining Lisa Ashton in Group B and Gulliver, Pruim and Steph Clark going into Group C. Gemma Hayter, I'm delighted to say, has joined us for a chat in the studio. I think the first words I said to you when you came up here were, that must be a relief, because we know you were struggling yesterday with that injury. You were determined to get through, and you have.
Yeah, it was a real struggle. There was some points where I'll be honest, I didn't think I wanted to be on the stage, because it's so frustrating when you know what you can do, and something's limiting you. And I've got the strapping on today, but then that proved different problems because it was catching on my shirt, and yeah, it was. Well, I'm glad to be here in the end.
Yeah, you went to get a bit of treatment, is that right, after yesterday? When we saw about mid part of the day when you lost to Trina Gulliver, that you were really struggling with it. How much did that help today?
I think it helped a lot. I felt it. Well, luckily I got my game at Lisa out of the way. But after I played Lisa, I came back to the back room and I said to Steph Clark, I said, my arm's gone. And I felt it then. And that, like you said today, didn't you, this morning, that's not what you need halfway through the day. And yeah, it just completely went. So yeah, I went to get some physio, and wow, judging by the last performance, it was good.
She mentioned both the last performance and the first performance there. We said at the start of the day that game between Gemma and Lisa could prove to be decisive, and it kind of did, didn't it?
Yeah, it's not just in regards to the physical sense, it's also in regards to the psychological sense as well, because it gives Gemma a little bit of a cushion at the top of the table where you can then start looking into secondary factors, like can I get a little bit ahead now on the legs, where for Lisa she's chasing, and Lisa's then going out there knowing she needs wins, and she's looking at that secondary factor going, right, I need to win strong. Wins don't become enough when you're in that situation. You've got to then start getting 3-0s and 3-1s, just in case you do go level, because the chance of overtaking Gemma on points became limited, so it becomes second factors, and the psychological side, chase.
How pleased were you with your last performance today, averaging 92, and for much of the game averaging over 100 as well? Really good stuff in that.
Yeah, I was really pleased, and I mean, I've said all week I can't play my friends, so I don't know where that came from when I played Steph, but I don't know if it was the pressure factor, but I just thought, right, I'm here now, I need to win. And yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I'm very, very glad it did. But I almost didn't get to that point because she threatened 2 big, massive checkouts against me, and they were on the wire both times.
Yeah, well, I think we can have a look at those as well in a second, because you were here on Monday in the studio with us. You spoke about Steph. She'd lost all of her matches. She's been much better, hasn't she, the last couple of days? And those checkout attempts just showed what she can do.
Yeah, she's a very, very deadly player, and I think the issue with Steph is just her confidence. There's only so much I can tell her. Like, she is a good player. She does deserve to be here, and she needs to kind of take those chances that she's given. And I think we'll definitely see a different Steph for the next 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. She played really good stuff. You've said that we've seen a sort of linear progression from Steph Clark this week. So there's a chance for all the other players in the other groups. They all start on 0 again, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the good thing about the Super Series. Just because you've had maybe a poor one group in Group A doesn't mean you're out of the week. You can still go on and win the week, as can any of the players. We've actually seen that before, haven't we? Players finish bottom of the table and then go on to win the week. Graham Usher, a couple of years ago doing so. Mike Warburton very much nearly did the same, finished bottom of a Group A, hardly picked up any points, and then went and dominated in Group C and got himself in a Saturday night. So this is just one group. It's done now. Gemma's took the spot. She's into Saturday night, and now there's 5 other spots available, and it doesn't matter what's been and gone right now. Same for Lisa Ashton. When we look at her success over the last few days, all those points are eradicated now, and all that's done is get her into a Group B position. She's going to start again.
Yeah, Gemma, we were counting fingers and toes before that last match. At what point did you know what you needed to do, or at what point did you know you qualified?
So I knew I needed to beat Steph 3-0. It wasn't until I beat Steph 3-0 and Jack, the referee, he said, "You do know that's you in?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Yeah, that's it now, because on Countback, obviously I'd beaten Lisa." And he said, "That's it." And I was like, "Oh my God, thank God."
Yeah, you got the rewards that you deserved over the 3 days. You mentioned Lisa Ashton there, and we've seen some really good stuff from her as well. Until that last match, Gemma had been the only player to beat her, so she must be going into Group B with some confidence.
Yeah, she should be as well. 4-time world champion. She's one of the big names, not just here, but in ladies' darts in general. So she should be going into any group, really, and feeling that she's got a good opportunity and a good chance. And I think the darts she's shown this week has been really, really solid. I like the fact she's found solutions to the problems of which she's faced, and I think she's going to be over Saturday night for sure.
And Kirsi Viinikainen's a player that's going to join her in that group. There was a real battle between, well, in the end, everybody else in the group to get that place. What won it for her? What was the difference that just made her get over the line there?
She's reactive, isn't she? And I think that's one thing we've learnt about her, because when we look at the performances that she's had out on things like the women's series, there is a wavy line of performance, but I think after watching her for the last 3 days, it's fair to say she's reactive to the opponent. Do you play the player or do you play the board? And I think Viinikainen certainly does play the player. If the player goes up there and averages 65, I think she's going to be somewhere between a 65 and a 68, sort of just above that sort of standard. Even though we know she can get into the mid-70s and into the 80s, she's only ever going to produce those when she's up against another player who's doing the same. I don't see her going up and blowing anyone away 3-0 with a 20-point chasm in the averages. I think it's always going to be a close battle in any level of performance that you play with Viinikainen.
Right, let's have a look at the rest of the week then. That's going to make good reading for you, Gemma. Winner of Group A through. You've got a couple of days off, back on Saturday. We'll get you to turn pundit. It won't be the first time actually here, will it, for the rest of the week, because you'll know more about the players coming in than we do. Laura Turner, Raymond Stanley and Robin Byrne in Group B. Sophie McKinley, Paige Pauling, just 16 years of age, and Katie Sheldon joining Trina, Vicky and Steph in Group C. Is there anyone there that really stands out for you that we should be excited about?
I think obviously Lisa speaks for herself, like you say, 4-time world champion. She pushed me all the way here today and throughout Monday and Tuesday. But I'm going to say Steph because I do believe there's more to come from Steph. But then you've got Sophie McKinley, she's world champion runner-up. And then obviously you've got Paige winning the youth. So I think it'll be a really good week because you've got Lorraine as well. Lorraine's playing really well. And she's kind of come back in and she's just gone from like 0 to 100 and she's playing really well. So I think it'll be a really interesting week.
And you're certainly excited about seeing Paige Pauling here specifically, aren't you?
Yeah, I think she's going to be here on Saturday night. I actually think she's a lively contender for picking up the title this week. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from her. I did a few of the tour events myself last year, so I did get to see the likes of Paige Pauling and Sophie McKinley quite regular, and I was very impressed, not just in regards to what they can do in regards to the performance, but the demeanour, the sort of professionalism that we're seeing now with these younger players, and I do think Paige is going to come through that Group C. I'd be very surprised if we don't see her on Saturday.
Gemma, final word to you. What would it mean to you to be picking up that title on Saturday night?
It would be huge. I think kind of having the shoulder injuries maybe kind of changed my expectations for the week because I know I can produce my A game. Obviously, that last game was proof of that. But trying to do it and not being able to do it, there's quite a fine line there. So I need to kind of manage it and then see where we are.
Well, you've got the space to do so. Well done. You've made it through. We'll see you on Saturday. Matt, we'll see you tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow as well. 2 sessions of darts coming your way live on Pluto TV. And the action doesn't stop here. In fact, immediately after this programme, we are going to relive Gemma Hayter's WADC Tour Finals victory. So stay tuned for that. And we'll see you again for Groups B and C tomorrow. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.